Today is Tuesday, June 27, 2023. We're going to call Memphis City Council Committee meeting to order. First meeting, 8:30. We got 1 hour. We got 3 presentations. Call the roll.
Thank you. Chair Jones. Here. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Ford.
Present. Okay, this is the Economic Development, Tourism, and Technology Committee. Okay, so we got 3 items. The first item is a presentation from the Blue Oval SK LLC requested by yours truly. Who all we have? Y'all come right on up. Introduce yourselves. Give an address, please.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Ursula Madden, 663 South Barksdale, Memphis, Tennessee. And I'm here with my colleague, Neva Burke.
Hello, hi, good morning, everyone. Very nice to meet you all. My name is Neva Burke. I'm the Senior Human Resources Director for Blue Oval SK.
I just want to start off by thanking Chairman Ford for allowing us to come and do a presentation to the group. It's wonderful to see you all. Ms. Dearborn has taken great care of us, so we appreciate that as well. Just want to give you an overview of what's going on at Blue Oval City. I don't know if you've had a chance to be out to the site at all, but just to keep you updated about potential opportunities for your constituents in terms of employment and just what the impact that Blue Oval City is having on the region. So, one thing to just start off and tell you about is that one thing that people aren't fully aware of is that there are 2 plants out at Blue Oval City, 2 major plants. One is the truck plant, which is a Ford truck plant. They're producing an all-new truck out there. It's called the T3. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. And then there's also the battery plant, which is Blue Oval SK. So you can see in this picture in the foreground, in the front, that is TEVC, and in the background there, that is Blue Oval SK. It's a $5.6 billion investment between Ford and SK On of South Korea, being built at what is now known as the West Tennessee Mega Site, 3,600 acres. It's the single largest economic development in Tennessee. It will create 6,000 new jobs. This is to give you an idea of the layout of the site. What you see in 1, 2, 3, and 4, that's all part of the truck plant. The center there at number 5 is the where suppliers will be building some of their things. We've got 6 suppliers on the site right now. One of the suppliers has a building that's 1 million square feet. So it's quite a large area. And then you see the area in the back, 6 and 7, that is the battery plant, Blue Oval SK. And just to give you some information about Blue Oval City by the number, so T3, I told you about T3, that's the truck. It is, that's the code name for the new truck that's gonna be built out there. It's Trust the Truck, and it is going to be in production in 2025. No, it's not going to be like Terminator 3. No, it's not going to be T3. It's not going to be T3, but the engineers, when they've been creating this, and their whole sort of mantra has been trust the truck. And this is just a pretty picture of TEVC with a rainbow over it. It was there. It's a legit shot. It's not photoshopped. No fake news here. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit about Blue Oval SK. It's a 50-50 joint venture between Ford and SK On of South Korea, $5.6 billion investment. The battery plant itself is 4 million square feet. So think of that in terms of, 50 football fields. it can produce 40 gigawatt hours. The highest point on Blue Oval SK's factory is 95 feet, and we are offering 2,500 jobs once we get started out there. And this is just some pictures of Blue Oval SK at Blue Oval City. So this is what the battery looks like. Not for every single model, but this is an idea of how it looks. The hole underneath of the chassis is what is the battery. This photo is taken at in South Korea. I had a chance to visit over there. And while they were doing their inter-battery and showing off all the newest technology, but you can kind of see 4 modules there. And they're all put into packs and coated with what makes batteries run between anode and electrode and electrolytes and transferring ions. It's, you know, it's a battery. And so that's sort of what it looks like. So this is why we chose West Tennessee, site ready, of course, the financial incentives and workforce. We really wanted to tap into the workforce that's available here. And Neva can talk a little bit more about workforce and workforce opportunities
Yeah, so we are very excited to be in the presence of West Tennessee, and we're so very excited that the workforce here, through some very detailed investigation early on by a committee, chose the site because of the presence of the great committed people here in West Tennessee. So we're very excited about that. The workforce for the battery plant is very technical opportunity. She told you a little bit about the structure of the building, but these are very clean, very advanced automotive type of factories. They're not your traditional manufacturing facilities. They're very clean, they're climate controlled, very nice facilities, very nice presence for employees to come into and have a career with.
So just to talk a little bit about, even though we're building a battery plant here in Tennessee, Blue Oval SK is also simultaneously building 2 battery plants, twin battery plants in central Kentucky. Those plants will produce 80 gigawatt hours. We're providing 5,000 jobs there. Production there begins in 2025 and then again in 2026 at Kentucky 1 and Kentucky 2. And this is the last steel beam going up at Kentucky 1 earlier this year. So Neva talked about opportunities in terms of learning. We are trying to, scale everybody up and get them interested in learning about machine learning, mechatronics, because those are the skills that are going to be needed to work at these plants, both the truck plant and also the battery plant. Fortunately, we've got a wonderful investment from the state of Tennessee, $40 million to build a TCAT out on the site, near the site. And they will be educating people on how to train up for these jobs.
And some of the skills that are very basic skills that we want all employees to have are just basic types of things like commitment and, some loyalty and problem solving, troubleshooting, just good attendance, those real basic kinds of skills. And so what we're doing is we're partnering with the high schools and going into the high schools and some of the elementary schools and really talking about those basic skills. We don't want mechatronics to seem like something very foreign to people and not able to reach. We want them to know those basic skills are important, and we'll teach you the rest of it. And that's what the investment is all about at the TCAT, is investment in the future of this region to make sure that we can teach the skills that's necessary and people can see this as a viable career for a very long time.
What is the definition of mechatronics?
Mechatronics is really a combination of the mechanical, electrical. It's a combination of all those different exposures and experiences to bring, for the battery production. Mm-hmm.
what's going to be useful to students is problem solving. The great news about it is that you don't have to have a college degree to do some of this work. You can do it right out of high school.
And we're actually developing certifications, and we'll be sharing those certifications, basic certifications through the TCAT, where that will give people an opportunity to have an interview with Blue Oval SK automatically if they complete the certifications. And there again, there's some very basic life skills that we want to focus on, but we also want to give them the additional training from a technical standpoint. So there'll be some basic certifications, and there will be some advanced certifications that they'll be able to obtain for a career even longer term. So our structure for the workforce below the management level would be operators and maintenance technicians. And in another month, we're going to be hiring our first set of workers in Kentucky, and then we'll start to hire in October the first set of workers here in West Tennessee from a hourly standpoint. But these will be operators and maintenance technicians, and we're calling the first group key launch technicians. And so those people will be given a lot more training. There's probably about 6 weeks of training, from orientation to the battery, to some on-the-job training, and then maybe even a trip to our SKBA plant in Commerce, Georgia, for additional training for all of those people.
So important to the Ford family is that the truck site is going to be carbon neutral, so zero waste to landfill, and we're taking really extra care with the environment in building, so it's just really important. We've just had some community engagement events. You can see we go out to the schools, the high schools, even the middle schools, just getting involved with the community. These are just a few samples, but we'll have, much more engagement opportunities, and look forward to doing a lot of things here in the city of Memphis as well. So we want you to stay in touch with us. We're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, we're on LinkedIn, we're on Twitter. We're thinking about TikTok, but we'll see. We've got a newsletter too that goes out once a month. So we, just go to blueovalsk.com and go to Get the Scoop, and you can sign up for our newsletter if you'd like. And then, of course, these are our QR codes because we are hiring. Those QR codes will take you directly to the career portions at Blue Oval City and Blue Oval SK. And we have time for any questions that you may want to ask. I'm remiss, so I should introduce some of my colleagues here. This is my friend, Marianne Donovan, and she works at Ford and is in government relations there. And then Sharonda Greenway, she's the community engagement coordinator for Blue Oval SK. And then Yeji Kim is sitting next to her, and she is the external affairs manager for internal and external communication at Blue Oval SK. So any questions?
Appreciate it. Good morning to everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want more information in reference to how people actually sign up. I saw where you had your scan, they can go there. So from there, you will pick your first group that will start in October. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes. In West Tennessee, we live and die by blueovalsk.com, and we actually track how much activity we have. We look at all the resumes there. I have a complete recruitment team and a total integration of that site to our recruitment platform to get to us. So we take that very serious. So everything that's on blueovalsk.com is what we're hiring for, and every week there's new jobs going on there. And specifically, there's a set of management positions right now out there for all the sites. And so we're hiring in that regard right now. But again, breaking that to more, operator technical, that's going to come probably around September. We'll start really getting interest in West Tennessee and be able to utilize that group as key launch technicians for Tennessee.
A question, will the training be here or will it be at another location when you first get hired? What would be the training site?
We are right now securing a headquarter location here in West Tennessee. In fact,
Where in West Tennessee?
in Arlington,
Okay.
right outside of Wolf Chase Mile area.
Okay,
We're
okay.
looking at properties right now, and we will have that probably secured in another week. And we will have a recruitment center that we're developing. Just like I know Federal Express has a recruitment center, you know, we'll have our own recruitment center, and we will announce that, where the location is, and we are gonna be welcoming the public to come in and apply for positions, because some people are not as technically savvy, and we recognize that. So we wanna have an open opportunity for people to come in and support Blue Oval SK, and be a part of this revolution that's about to happen in West Tennessee.
Thank you. Had one other quick question. I was looking at your overview, especially the size of the facility, and you're working with battery. What type of energy resources are you going to be using to operate on a daily basis? I mean, are y'all going to be using solar energy? What unique type of energy will be out there?
I think it's a
versus-
combination, Councilwoman, and TVA is actually the supplier for that energy. Blue Oval City will be on a separate grid
Okay,
than the rest of the region. So if there's, a power outage, in the neighborhood, it's not because of something that's going on at the plant.
fantastic.
So that's one good thing to know, that there's a separate energy grid. And I do believe there's future plans for renewable energy use.
Opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
That would be really useful, idea of a pilot operation for people to see how other energy sources could be beneficial. Okay, thank you.
And thank you. And I just wanted to say that in the facilities for Blue Oval SK, you have your hair covered, your shoes are covered, you have on a clean suit. It's a really clean environment. You can almost eat off the floors because no particles can get into the anode and cathode process of processing the batteries. And so it has to be climate controlled, so there's air conditioning. It's like I said, it's not your traditional manufacturing. I worked previously at Ford Motor Company many years ago, and so I'm coming back to Ford, but I've been in a lot of different factories because I've worked in the automotive industry for a long time. And it's transitioning and changing. Even at Ford Motor Company, for the TEVC plant, the manufacturing facilities are different than, our grandmothers or great grandmothers and fathers and what they're used to probably thinking of an auto factory. So it's a very interesting process now. Also, I want to say that if you've not driven an electric vehicle or test drove one, I will tell you, when you do, you will not want to do anything else. It's such a smooth and wonderful ride, very quiet and beautiful, just beautiful.
That's true.
Thank you, Chair.
Councilman Warren?
Just two things. One, we've been talking a little bit about how do we connect MATA with Blue Oval City. Have you guys had discussions with MATA on that as far as what you think you may be needing for transportation to and from that area from Memphis?
Well, yes, and there is a team that is discussing. I don't know if they're specifically discussing with MATA, but I know that there has been a transportation study done, and there is some additional information I think they were waiting on in order to complete that study. Does Marianne, does she want to talk to that? Come on, sure. Come on.
Yeah, we're sort of hoping that we can become a regional transportation network, and we felt that was an important spoke.
Well, it is, and thank you for that question. There are two areas that we see are barriers to people coming to work, and childcare and transportation are those two. And so we are taking those both very seriously, and we're addressing potentially the childcare issue by figuring out who can we partner with that could potentially provide childcare, so that especially women in today's world realize that manufacturing is an opportunity for them as well. And so we want to give them a safe place to put their children while they're working, and they know that their kids are being taken care of. And then the second one is the transportation, and the state has done a study, and that is including MATA as well. And so I'm going to follow up on what we've gotten the results results of that study, and it kind of looks like you can imagine one of the things that seems to be most favorable is the buses going from Memphis to Jackson to the rural area, those larger MATA buses. But then within the rural areas, it's possibly partnering with like your Delta Human Resources where they have the vans. And so they are trying to figure out what the cost, they've identified the cost on that. And so I think we're looking at funding mechanisms now so that we can address those issues, because we do know that in order to get people from Shelby County, and we're going to need them, we've got to provide transportation out there.
Okay, and I guess the last thing, it doesn't have anything to do with that. I Googled mechatronics, and it's technology combining electronics and mechanical engineering. And it's a multidisciplinary field that refers to skill sets needed in the contemporary advanced automated manufacturing industry. Okay, so thank you for teaching me that today.
Thank you.
Let the record show that Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Logan has joined us. Okay, Chairman Jones.
Good morning, and good to see you, Ms. Madden. Hi, Ms. Burke. I've been I hadn't been too excited about Blue Oval SK because it was not necessarily in Shelby County. However, living in Nashville from 93 to 99, I do recall Saturn was not located in Davidson County, but it was the impetus for, I would say, a lot of the growth. I'm grateful for a company like Ford, Blue Oval SK coming to town, particularly from their stance on union labor as a way to help booster what I would say are the economic prospects of people that live in this region, live in West Tennessee. So I just wanted to put those comments. I am opening up to Blue Oval, knowing that it is a regional thing and people from Memphis can commute and work there. Look, the commute there could very well be less traffic than those who are living out east coming into the center of downtown. So it's, you still can have people living here, but I'm always pleased when we do have unions here in the South, because this was a time where in this region, their opposition to unions, because the South generally held that black folks shouldn't be earning the same amount as white folks here. So the fact that we are bringing union-based jobs and employment to help boost the economic prospects here, thank you for being here.
Thank you
Mr.
for your
Chairman.
comments. I would just add too, we are looking for opportunities to partner with the city of Memphis. We've been talking with the administration, trying to figure out a way to work on a job and career fair. So we hope that we can count on you all for your partnership in that as well. And I think probably not just one job fair, but many opportunities.
And we also want opportunities to go into the schools and speak to the students. And to also, we're partnering with State of Tennessee to make sure that from a curriculum standpoint, the mechatronics, all of the problem solving and troubleshooting type of curriculum is starting to transition into more of the mainstream programs. And so we're working very hard on that in Tennessee, and we're excited about it.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Ursula.
Hello, Councilman.
Dr. Warren touched on something. I mean, it's a heavy lift. I'm excited about Blue Oval. I know the indirect will eventually come to Memphis. Right now, it's probably, I don't want to say harmful, but right now it's putting more compression on the construction labor market here, which is understandable. Hopefully that'll settle out and the long-term benefits will be there. And as Chairman Jones says, most of the time it does, and other states and studies that have large facilities like this. But my question, the state can be slow to recognize the amenities that Memphis could provide, even if they have a study. I've seen them take studies and toss them out the window at Cardell Hull State Capitol at the building. So my question is Blue Oval prepared, and I'm not trying to pigeonhole because I know you can't commit on behalf of Ford or SK, but ultimately, like, you look at FedEx in their Byhalia facility. Like, they recognize that they have to get workforce to their facility, and so they either have workforce housing in the area or they, on their own dime, bus employees to and from the city of Memphis down there. Is that something that Ford would be prepared to do? I mean, 6,000 to 10,000 employees in the hope that they're going to move from around the country and fill that need I mean, you'll get a partial, but it's a tall order. And so if the state is unwilling to help fund MATA directly in order to provide that service, the city certainly can't shoulder the burden. So is Forward prepared to, or keep that option open? I guess I'll give you some wiggle room. But without that, I'm not sure that we have the workforce's ability to get somebody from Boxtown or Westwood out to Brownsville.
So like Mary Ann said, all of those things are under review. I think we are looking for areas where we can support, but until we have something finalized, we wouldn't want to be public about it. Thank you for your question.
I just don't see a path for Memphis if that doesn't come along. I mean, just in all candor, and I know you understand that, and I understand your position, but I know that you have the report, so I look forward to hearing it. And look, we're pushing, I'm with Jeff. We need the county to continue to fund MATA year in, year out so that we can at least qualify as a regional transit authority. And
you guys did a great plan to help that happen
Yes.
along and scale them up and get MATA up to where it needs to be.
And hopefully at some point, as they continue to find federal resources to improve their fleet, we can get the governor's, support for a regional transit authority, and that takes a lot of that heat off of us and the county. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning and welcome. I'm so glad to have you all here. We're looking forward to Blue Oval being a huge part of Memphis as it is Hayward County. My question is around community engagement and just what is the sense of the community, and are we looking at housing and new businesses? And I heard you say going into the schools and making certain that curriculum is there and amping that up, and the technology piece early on, hopefully in elementary school and middle school. But what has been your sense of the community being a part of what's happening, and is there an organization there that is helping to facilitate the businesses that are going to be needed, or will all of the businesses that you need or looking for be on your site as it is, say, St. Jude, the restaurants, they're a city within a city, or will you be fostering that in the community?
Well, in working with our CFO, myself and the CFO, we get a lot of requests from developers to, provide information because they're looking to expand their footprint, in the area. And we, sometimes we do have very good meetings with them to talk about housing, to talk about restaurants, and have a very diverse look at restaurants in that area and housing as well. So we are very much so, while we're standing up the facility and we're really busy doing that, we take time to meet with the developers because we realize the infrastructure, specifically around the facility, needs to continue to evolve so that people can have, a good work-life balance, especially specifically in that area now, coming further up, 40, like the Wolf Chase, Germantown type of area. There's lots of opportunities there.
Absolutely.
But it's still a little ways. We recognize that. So, yeah, we are working hard with the developers to try to make sure that, some developments are going up. And, we encourage people to contact the contractor down there too, because they can shed some light on those things as well.
Okay. All right. Sounds great. Thank you. Are you back, Chair?
Anyone else? Yeah, I want to thank y'all for coming.
Yes, sir. It's about that, but you can make the drive. It's about 30-minute drive. Yeah.
Everybody wants to talk, but we got a million people come from Mississippi. They come all the way back from Mississippi now. Look, I appreciate y'all keep the good work up, everything else, and
Understood.
this is a good thing. truth to everybody today. 6 o'clock in the morning, shucks. I can go to Mobile. I get on the interstate and oh my God. Everybody all the way, like I said, almost. I just go through it.
Coming up to Memphis.
Okay, I went to Ned.
Well, and I just want to tell you all, thank you so much. These are really going to be great jobs. And we want to, have a future for people here. And this is a great opportunity for all people here. So we just thank you all so much.
Anything West Tennessee, we got to do it on our own. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Can people hear me? Can you hear me? You can. Okay, I can't hear you. It's okay. I can't hear anyone. I heard most of the previous presentation. By the way, it's very exciting.
Hey Shane, can you hear us now?
Yeah,
All
I
right.
can hear you. Yeah.
So Shane, I just introduced you, and why don't you take it from here?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chen. Thank you, Councilman Ford Senior. Welcome. Hi, everyone from London, UK. I wish I was in Memphis right now. I love Memphis. But I'm just here to introduce myself and introduce this partnership that we are developing with Memphis Chamber. My name is Shane Shapiro. I'm the founder of Sound Diplomacy. We work with cities, governments, and large organizations all over the world on music and economic development and economic consulting. So we've worked in about 130 places in 30 countries, and with lots of your neighbors and lots of cities around the Midwest and South as well, including in Nashville and in New Orleans and Huntsville. And we've been working, thankfully, through a partnership with St. Jude and with Memphis Chamber and with Music Export Memphis to really look at how we can leverage the music economy more in Memphis and how we can be deliberate and intentional about creating jobs and attracting workforce through music. Because obviously, music is, it's in the blood. I know that, and Memphis is known for music, but we think that there's, missing data set related to how music can be incorporated into workforce developments and the decisions made around economic developments. So that's the work that we do, and working with Memphis Chamber and a number of other people over the next few months, going to be doing what's called a music audit, where we're going to really understand and map the music assets across Memphis, do a full economic impact assessment and a regulatory assessment to really discover how, from an economic development perspective, Memphis can leverage the incredible work and incredible assets that you have in tourism, so that music can be a deliberate and intentional tool to attract doctors and nurses to work at St. Jude's, and also to attract the next generation of engineers and mechanics at that EV plant and everywhere else, as well as really looking at how to reanimate Mud Island and turn it into, the incredible asset that it can be, and do it across the city in an equitable and inclusive way. So this is the work that we've done all over the world. I was the music advisor to the mayor of London here for a while in the UK, and I've done this work, as I said, all over, and we're really excited to be at this stage where we're able to work in, to me, one of the most important, cities for music in the entire world. So, thank you. I hope. I'm here to answer any questions or anything else about the work that we do, or provide any further examples, whatever is required. Obviously, wish I could be there in person.
All right, we got Councilman Warren.
Yeah, I just want to know how you developed such a unique American accent being over there in London.
I'm Canadian, so I guess it's.
Of course you are.
But I've been very lucky to spend a lot of time in the South. We did a big project in Alabama last year. I've spent some time living in New Orleans. I've been to Memphis many times. So
you know how to use y'all correctly.
I hope so.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
With respect.
Okay, what part of Alabama?
So we worked in Huntsville, Alabama. So we did a music strategy and audit for Mayor Tommy Battle there. And one of the big successes that we had was helping develop a new 8,000 capacity amphitheater called the Orion there that opened last year to critical acclaim. It's what we're hoping to be a part of with the reimagining of Mud Island as well. And that amphitheater has been the best new venue in America, according to the Wall Street Journal. And Huntsville is as much a music city as it is a space city, but they don't have the assets you guys have. So when it comes to music.
Yeah, Huntsville, Alabama has become #1 for Alabama. Yep, they're growing. There's no space hardly down there for people to come to live. Yeah, but they are #1. Okay, hopefully we can get back to #1 here. Okay, with music. Okay.
That's okay.
You good?
Yeah.
You sure go on.
Well, okay. Could you just explain a little bit more, or drill down a little bit on what you do, or what your company does, or how you approach what you do in terms of you coming to Memphis? Kind of explain that what that project would look like.
Of course. So first, we are always working with the local community. We have an amazing group of people led Elizabeth K. Wine, I'm sure some of you know, with Music Export Memphis, has been helping us. So a music audit or a music strategy really is just building a data and evidence base around the economic value of music in a community. And by music, I mean everything. So the first stage is mapping, and that is mapping everything down to music choirs, music in churches, radio stations, all the way up to venues and record labels and so on. And that enables you to identify the potential gaps in the ecosystem to invest in, and how those gaps then can be compared to other gaps, whether it's filling a downtown commercial space or attracting workers or so on. We also then will do a full regulatory analysis of the city's regulatory infrastructure as it relates to music to see how, as we say, kind of pro-business and supportive Memphis is, from everything from ordinances, sound and noise, late night transport, things like that. And then we do an economic impact assessment to really look at, again, what the value of the music economy is in addition to tourism. So this is really about people making music and making money in music right now in Memphis. And then the recommendations come from how do we best attract and retain talent? What are the potential infrastructure or policy amendments that need to be made to be more competitive than your neighbors? And how music then can be utilized across the city in terms of helping support other decisions, whether it's how to, develop a plan to attract workers, to how to enliven, real estate buildings like Mud Island or something like that, or how to build a downtown development district. So every strategy, kind of the recommendations are different depending on the city, but the data and evidence base is the same. It's where is everything? How does it fit together? How much is it worth? Ensuring it's every genre, every discipline, every part of Memphis, the entire community, fully equitably done. So that's kind of how the work works. Like and we work with the community throughout the entire time doing stakeholder engagement, interviews, and so on.
Awesome. I love that concept. I think that's a novel concept. Do you have like a case study or a location that you've done this from start to finish like you would be doing here?
Yeah, maybe Huntsville is a good one because it's not too far away. So in addition to the amphitheater, the city put $50 million into. It was our analysis that demonstrated the business case and said that was a good idea. But it really was about a lot of people leaving Huntsville and going to see gigs in Nashville and Atlanta and taking money out of the city. In addition, the city has hired a full-time music officer within their Department of Economic Development, really to be the kind of, the music lead at the city. He actually used to work at Graceland, so he moved to Huntsville, and he's now full-time. There's an advisory board for music in the city. We've completely rewritten some of the zoning, especially around downtown, to better support things like street performance and kind of access to music. More investments have been made in lower income neighborhoods because we knew we had evidence and data to determine where those investments would be best made. And now the city has a direct, strategic aim around music and workforce development and is using it to attract other sectors, other investors. We were even part of the pitch for the Mazda Toyota plant that they announced last year, because it was ensuring that the workers had something to do after 6 p.m., which again is not a problem in Memphis, I know that. But but doing it in a strategic and intentional and deliberate way and understanding what works and what doesn't and how to address that is something that Huntsville is doing. And we've done similar work in about 45 American cities: Indianapolis, Fort Worth, New Orleans, Madison, Des Moines, and quite a few others, St. Louis, and quite a few others.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sounds great and exciting. Thank you, Chair. You're back.
Thank you. Welcome virtually to Memphis again. Question that I have, is there a specific ask that you are bringing before us now?
Chance, I believe you're there. Yes, in partnership with Memphis Chamber, maybe Chance, you can.
Yeah, in partnership, the Memphis Chamber and related partners, including St. Jude, others are looking to do a 50% matching grant up to $150,000 for this engagement. I think the total thing was $360,000. So that is the financial ask for the city council, is to help us fund the study on a 40, 60 kind of partnership, $150,000.
Okay. And so if we agree to this, I know the whole purpose of an audit is to take a look at your assets and see what can come out of this. But based upon your visits to Memphis, have you identified any low-hanging fruit and any tangible outcomes that you feel that would be a worthy return on the investment of whatever this ask is of the Memphis City Council?
I think first off is Mud Island is one of the key things. I know lots of work is going into that, is turning that into, with partners, a destination that is bringing people to downtown and putting on concerts regularly and creating the economy that comes from those concerts. We also think there's a lot of opportunity to be done around really attracting more music technology companies and those around music recording to Memphis. There is a recording ecosystem, as we all know, in Memphis, but it's not as entrenched, and it's not as large and as economically impactful as it could be. So we think, again, it's one of these things, once we are intentional about the work and we communicate that we're intentional, then people realize that we're intentional and we're able to really centralize music more into the workforce development arguments that we're making.
Well, thank you for those remarks, because just your mentioning this is an aspect that I didn't think about, would be those professionals behind the artist and how we have not taken advantage of that, how we haven't used that to the fullest that we can. You know, I've always, since I've been on the council, I still go back nearly 36 years, coming back to Memphis right after my freshman year and seeing one of the best performances at Mud Island, and I still have advocated. We need to make Memphis attractive as a live, work, play, entertainment options, and colleagues, it's about making that investment, which I felt that you can't cut your way to prosperity. Sometimes you have to make hard investments and make tough decisions to do so. But taking advantage of what is our music history is something that I feel that we've allowed other places in this region or in the Southeast to do. You think about the mecca of music that Atlanta has become, and they didn't have the history that we did. I just think that it's been a lack of will of city leaders, and we can only be responsible for our current tenure right now, but I don't want our tenure to be defined that we have not utilized what has been our rich history and try to continue that going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. It's a really good time just to get for the music economy. COVID was a perfect example, case study about why music matters, right? We were all using music quite a lot during that time, and the music industry has bounced back quite considerably. So it keeps growing. It grew by 9% last year. But what we're talking about is the supply chain, is the music ecosystem. It's all the jobs and skills that happen when the band or the artist is on stage, including the artist. And there's a huge opportunity, given the heritage, given the history, given the people that are in Memphis now that are doing this work, for Memphis to become a leader on the production and development side of music. And we always say a song can be a pension. And I'm sure some people in the room have friends who have their pensions from songs. I have friends as well. But it's not just the singer who gets that. And by opening up the music industry to what it really is, which is far, far more expansive than just what we see, the opportunities for a place like Memphis to compete with frankly, more expensive places to live, that is not too far from you, and places that do not have the heritage and the history that you simply can't make up. It's just, we just need to, as we say, make, evidence-based policy making. is what we need with music. And often music is more emotional than evidence-based, and we're changing that to provide that base, that data and evidence base.
One last thing, colleagues, I Googled it on my phone here, but I want everybody else to see an image of this Orion Amphitheater in Huntsville. I just want everybody else to see it. It may be after, it may be after this, but before we conclude this committee, I'd love everybody to see it.
I was there last May in person. It's outstanding. It's unbelievable.
Oh, thank you. It started with me pointing at a blueprint on a table at a property developer's office and saying that doesn't look very good. That's how that started. But that, you know, that was a lot of intentional decision making about what would make sense in Huntsville, and we needed to create a venue that, you know, that rose above, right? Because there was so much competition in that region, especially in live music. And also that venue's independently run, so it can host artists from all the major companies. So these are the kind of decisions that came out of that evidence base, and that's the same exact thing that we will bring to Memphis.
Yeah,
but you're Memphis. You're not Huntsville. Like, Memphis is a global brand for music. Huntsville is not.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. I wasn't going to say anything, but I'll add, since I was there, not only is the amphitheater beautiful in and of itself, but what it did was the drag-along effect. So when you go down, you're literally turning off, you go through Dauphin, you're kind of looking around like, what's going on here? And then and then all of a sudden you pull in, and you know NASA is there, and you know the Army Corps of Engineers are there, and these are advanced degrees, and they're looking just like ALSAC is, trying to figure out how to retain that. But off of that Orion Amphitheater, right next to it is a Topgolf, and next to that is a Whole Foods, and now they're proposing a mixed-use apartment building, and this is all a part of the drag-along effect of just saying this one venue is very accretive and important to use his term, the ecosystem. And so those are the things that I'm very excited about as we start to look at this. And of course, you talk about all between the Memphis Music Consortium, Stax Academy, you know, the School of Rock. I mean, all these, and then all the high school bands, you know, Whitehaven's band, you know, all these individuals and these young people in Memphis that are taking an interest in a career like music. We don't have a place for them to be or to go in the long term, and most of them get scholarships to Howard or Morehead or somewhere, and they don't come back.
House.
Yeah, Morehouse. Sorry, Morehouse, and they don't come back. And that's the problem, is we're losing a lot of young talent to other cities because they're interested in publishing and production and engineer, and we just don't have that outside of Royal and Arden and a couple of other small studios here. And so there's just a really big opportunity to try and retain the talent that already exists in Memphis all over the city that can be conducive to the brain drain that we're seeing now, in addition to getting doctors to want to come work at St. Jude. So anyway, really excited about the opportunity. Thank you for bringing it before us.
Thank you. And I will be in Memphis at the end of September for a week as well. I'm coming to Memphis. Some of my favorite bands are playing.
Will we be seeing a proposal for this coming from a council member, perhaps, that we can vote on? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
That's the Orion Amphitheater that's on the screen, everybody.
Yes, sir.
This has been a passion for me. That particular area has been neglected for over 50 years. We are trying to get some things done. This is more important to me than anything else, okay? I'm looking at the police department. I'm looking at the new library. I wanted like the town center like everybody else has had, all these other places. I ain't gonna be nice today to nobody.
All right.
I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna tell it like it is, and I'm gonna call some people out today on some different things as we go along. But you know, we had a cleanup Saturday. And I hope everybody's listening. My district is represented by 4 different council members. There were not one but me there, okay? All the other council members knew too. They should have come out there and at least said, hello. I want to thank my staff, okay? We had brooms, rakes, and everything. Yes, we cleaned it up. They tried to get me to sit down. And what did I do?
Stayed up the whole time.
The whole time. What was I doing?
Sweeping.
Okay.
cleaning.
We had a couple of people come by there campaigning. Don't come here campaigning. That's all they wanted to do. They didn't want to do none of the work. But about how many people did we have? Yeah, or more.
Yeah,
50 to 75. And we had young kids. You know, it was amazing what went on out there. These young kids was painting. We put up walls, everything else. Y'all should have seen what was going on out there, okay? But it was a shame. None of my colleagues, nobody else was there. Just to come by and say hello. That's why I ain't gonna be nice today, because some of these pet peeves that people got. I wanted invested down here at my place, Southwest Twin, and 3rd Street, not nowhere else. You know, I see a lot of things on here. Oh, y'all gonna have a rude awakening today, because I'm gonna call you out and I'm gonna tell you about yourself. Now, you can talk a little bit about Southwest Twin, but like I said, this is not today. And you know, we just got through talking with Chance and talking about money. Ain't no more money right now. We talking about money here. I'm gonna get some money. It's gonna be down at Southwest Twin, trying to develop all of that. You know, all these other things, it's not gonna happen today, because you know what? I will pack it out at 3:30 with people. Saying it's gonna be about the people this time, not about this council, okay? You know, go right ahead.
Yes, sir. Just to bring everyone up to speed, we spent $600,000 acquisition on the land acquisition and $200,000 on the cleanup. I did see some pictures from the cleanup. It looked like it was an amazing time on this past Saturday. We do have dollars in FY24 CIP for the A&E design. The HCD team. I'm sorry, I did not say my name. Shandell Ryan, Chief Operating Officer for the city. I apologize. There have been 4 community conversations and several stakeholder meetings. The Doug Carpenter Group has been working with the stakeholders and holding the conversations. We're awaiting his report, his final report from what those conversations yielded. He's also had meetings, the staff and they've had meetings with Westwood, CDC, and county to prepare for the cleanup. So where we are today is we are looking forward to identifying the A&E so that we can start design once the dollars have been approved for FY24. It is proposed in the current budget, and we are awaiting that approval so that we can get started with the next phase.
I know that you saw that last shot that was of the Huntsville facility. Is that what we're thinking about down there? Building something that looked as good as that Huntsville facility?
We're looking for something to look awesome and amazing. I'm not sure it will be an amphitheater, especially of that size, but we're definitely looking at moving the Levi Library and one of the police stations, I think the Rain Station, to that site. And the community has some great ideas on what else they would like to see there, but more of some places that will help to engage families is what they're looking for.
Such as?
Restaurants, any place where they can do activities where they can play with children. We're awaiting that report, but that's just some of the things that I heard when I was at the community meeting with Councilman Ford and some other officials that were there.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
plan on keeping one of those screens to show movies. People can come out there and they can have their families and we can show different movies and everything else. You know, that will make the difference from Grange Road all the way to the state line. After that, it's kind of finished. Everything will start to growing in that particular area. And that's a stable area. You know, people not gonna move. But the only problem I have, they've been neglected. Okay? This is their time. Okay? And I'm asking all my colleagues, but it don't make no difference. You know, because, like I said, I'm gonna call it out today. Look, I appreciate you very much. Yeah. All right, there's no further business. This committee is adjourned.
I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Owens, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Canali. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Smiley? Chair Garlow.
Yeah, I'm here too. All right, colleagues, we have several items on today's agenda, beginning with myself. I have this really amazing set of remarks that Brianna wrote for me that I'm going to skim over just to get to the point. But before we hop into the meeting, I just want to thank all of you as we kind of conclude budget season. I hope that today runs smoothly and we don't end up till 1 o'clock in the morning duking it out. But I really do. I think this year has been probably the most beneficial budget season for me, watching council members really engage in the conversation, ask questions, push back, really figure out where the administration is, where we are, what we want to achieve, what we want to work together on. And also to the administration. I know it's been a difficult year as we start to look at some of these capital asset plans. We've had a lot of changing as people have left the team and stepped up into the senior leadership role. And of course, with all the needs in the city, I think it's wildly important. So I really appreciate your cooperation. I know we had some heated moments, but you can't have a little fire without a little friction. So I really want to thank Chief Ryan and Chief Ford for all the help, and all your directors, and certainly the mayor and the rest of his team. In March, I made a comment that as the budget chairman, one of the things that we wanted to see was investments in the things that we've talked about. And I kind of threw a challenge out there to the mayor and to the public saying, we wanted to find about $30 million in this year's budget. And we wanted a 15% increase for police. We wanted to put money towards MATA, towards youth services, towards affordable housing, as well as other initiatives. We created a wish list as a council that steadily grew. So, and at the time said something to the effect of, I think somebody asked me the question, are you for a tax increase? And I said, it's the mayor's proposal now. I hope that the mayor and his team will help us meet what the council determines is necessary. And if not, the council's prepared to do what's necessary, which was a wink to a tax increase. I'm happy to say, and we're about to go down the road, that I believe that we have met the commitments that we wanted to as a council for this year without the need for a property tax increase. And so right now, my staff is going to start passing out a couple of items for you to look at. It's going to be a series of reallocations, a series of cuts, and a series of appropriations. And then I know some of you have resolutions that are going to come behind this on purpose. And I want to reiterate to the public that this was a team effort, that everybody has input on this. And by the way, council members, if some of your stuff is not on this larger sheet, it's not because it's not in there. It's because I'm expecting other resolutions to come. So I'll start with saying, and I want to acknowledge one more thing. I want to acknowledge too that solid waste is not in this proposal. After talking with Chief Ryan and Chief Davis, or Director Davis, it's very clear that they want more time and to examine how we're going to handle the solid waste issue, and have asked if we can revisit that in the fall. And I agreed to that. Obviously, I'm one member. So if somebody wants to do something with the solid waste fee, they're certainly entitled to do so and have that right. So that wasn't as eloquent as what Brianna wrote on this paper, but I think, let's just get to the meat of the matter. Do I have the ARPA? So the first thing, I need the ARPA. Is this it here? No. Hey, can I have that? That's step one. All right, guys, before you start diving into it, step one of this massive $12.5 million scale, you're going to need the ARPA resolution too. And I'm sorry, there's two members that aren't here. And Michael, if you want to hop on here, I didn't have time to get to everybody's assistant yesterday. So I want to get that on the record as an apology. In order to achieve all the things that you see on this larger spreadsheet, the first thing I did was look at the ARPA allocations. And so the ARPA amendment is to take what was for the summer youth and internships and apprenticeships in Director Griffin's department and reappropriate that money for the same purpose to another department, which is the library, and ultimately flowing through to really the parks. Director Griffith and all of us support youth initiatives, support the internship program, but there is a significant amount of capacity still left in his current budget. And so to Councilman Ford, Councilman Smiley, and some others' points, if Director Walker needs an extra $5 an hour to get lifeguards, or he needs coaches for a basketball program, or he needs referees, these are opportunities for youth. We met with the Aging Commission, and she asked us, Councilwoman Robinson asked, what do you need from us? And she said about $110,000. So this $220,000 gives her the extra $110,000 over the next 2 years. JIF is part of violence intervention, and by granting them $250,000, you'll see that I'm going to cut and reappropriate their money out of the budget in order to give us some capacity in the general fund. MATA, we had public transportation initiatives for $1.5 million. We never appropriated that money to them, so they're going to get $1.5 million. Here's the big one. Here, the next two are very important to pay attention to, so everybody's crystal clear. There is an $11 million CIP GEO bond ask in this year's police budget. We have about $4.2 million in what was supposed to be public safety technology in the ARPA funding. The police department has encumbered about $1 million of that. So we are going to take the $3 million for safety technology in ARPA funding, and we are going to use that to buy $3 million of the $11 million worth of technology. That frees up $3 million in CIP GEO bond money. With that $3 million, we're going to, thanks to Councilman Smiley and Councilwoman Johnson, going to appropriate the $1.5 million of that to build two brand new tennis courts outdoors, and I think 2 indoor at the Bellevue tennis courts. And again, when I get through all this, I want to give members the opportunity to speak on these items because they deserve the credit, and I'm just more of a conduit. The other $1.5 million is going to go to begin the Hospitality Hub North, which Councilwoman Logan has been a champion of, which they're hoping to get to ground in October, which means if they're even able to do that, they won't be able to spend the $1.5 million, all of the $1.5 million next year, and we can and will make sure that the other $1.5 million commitment occurs once that work begins. The next one is very important to the point of the Hospitality Hub. As you guys know, speaking with Jared and Mr. Bingham, that they are having a funding issue right now. And so in the general fund, there's a $500,000 commitment from Public Works, a $550,000 commitment from the executive budget. And so by utilizing the ARPA money that was going to go to construction for operational dollars, we now can ensure that the downtown hub has enough funding in fiscal year 25 and fiscal year 24 and 25 to continue to operate. It gives them $2.55 million a year for the next 2 years. So very excited about that opportunity. Those are the big ARPA reallocations. So I'm gonna come back to that in a minute and just keep talking through what we're doing here. Which one do you want to go? Do you think this one's easier? Okay, so if you'll go to attachment A to budget amendment spreadsheet, this bad boy. So I'm gonna read this just for the public, but the document's intended to provide further explanation of the budget amendments stipulated in the resolution to which it is attached. You can tell I didn't write this, it's too succinct. Funding was transferred from the operating budget totaling $4.75 million and from ARPA projects totaling $7.182 million that had not been spent in the funding it was allocated. In addition to those transfers, additional funds will be derived from a proposed increase in general fund revenues in the amount of $600,000. In plain English, every year Chief Ford sits down with her crystal ball and some economic reports and determines where she thinks our property taxes and sales taxes are going to land. I'm simply saying I think $600,000 more is probably likely. And you know, I wouldn't take it much higher than that, because if she's conservative, which she assures me this year she's gotten wild as she's ever been, we still have this sales ratio issue coming in December, and we may have some cushion built there, so I don't want to go too far. Thus, the total amount of funding available to be reallocated as a result of reductions in the general fund, a proposed increase in revenues, and ARPA line items amounts to $12.5 million. to be reallocated to the items listed in the resolution to amend the fiscal year proposed CIP and operational budgets and the corresponding resolution to reallocate the ARPA funds. I've talked about the ARPA funds, but I'll run through some of the cuts because they need to be on the record, and I'm sure directors are probably sitting around wondering what's happening. JIF in the operating budget, they'll receive an ARPA grant in lieu of their $250,000. General services personnel will be reduced by $850,000. Public works personnel will be reduced by $850,000. The youth services ambassador program pay will be reduced by $500,000 and be reallocated to youth programming in parks and libraries. So please don't think that we're taking money away from youth. We're just giving it to a different division to handle it. And I assure you that there's still capacity there for them to execute their vision. Obviously, we have some things that are going on in the city council budget this year, and so we've got to make some decisions for ourselves. So I'm proposing that and I'm saying cut the community impact fund, but we're doing so much community impact work in this year's budget, as you'll see, with things like Councilwoman Robinson supporting the Whitehaven STEM, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington supporting neighborhood engagement for Parkway Village, and Councilman Ford supporting neighborhood beautification in his district.
And don't forget the Memphis Academy of Civic Engagement.
And well, Mace is in there, baby. I know. JB Smiley Academy. I'm proposing we cut Kazukian's contract by $50,000, and it's not a knock to the work that they do. It's just something that I think is underutilized. And to be frankly honest, I think I haven't read it, but I think it's important that we look at how we use them as a vendor mainly. And I'm open to it, but I think that one for this year is important. We're reducing the community impact fund, but really it's just moving it around to these other projects that are equally community impact. The big one is the Mud Island cover line. So that's a capital pay-go line item. And they've got some needs, and I know that Ms. Coletta has a proposal coming for some continued deferred maintenance. But in reality, we've got projects that are I think, more important to council members to try and get off the ground, and they'll still have $3 million left in addition to the $4 million they got from Accelerate Memphis. So they'll have $7 million over 2-3 years to do deferred maintenance with, which I think is significant. We talked about the increase in revenues. Let's keep going on to the next page. We talked about safety technology. Okay. All right. Now that we have the 12.5 million kind of squared away, this is ultimately where things are going. $2.3 million for library services for youth programming. And it also can be, and honestly, Keenan, if y'all don't spend time with Keenan, I know most of you do, she's incredible. Like next month, I think she told me they have 1,000 programs alone. But it doesn't have to just be youth programming. It can be job training. It can be support. It can be extended hours for the libraries. It could be tutoring opportunities. So for many of you that have organizations that you work with or have needs in your community, she can help with that as we get into the fiscal year. Councilman Smiley and Swearingen Washington and Johnson made it very clear that they wanted parks to be a priority with extended hours and services. And I know Councilman Smiley has a resolution coming after this to appropriate some of those funds with his colleagues. But they're going to get $2.211 million in additional funding this year. We discussed the Aging Commission, JIF. Councilman Smiley sponsoring a $450,000 increase to staff for reorganization. Sound diplomacy, the workforce development study we just heard is a $150,000 grant that will go to the chamber. MATA is going to receive a total of, in addition to the $29 million that they're going to receive, and the $4 million that's a part of that from the Transvision, they're going to receive an additional $3 million this year. My target was 5. 3 is what I could do based on the other needs from council members. So they will get an additional $3 million, which I know will be a disappointment to several people. But ultimately, we have to make difficult decisions, and we're going to continue to try and work and see how we can help them with funding as we get through the next year as well. Talked about all of those. I talked about MATA, talked about beautification, Whitehaven STEM. So the last two big ones. we're going to make a big investment by making a one-time transfer to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund of $5 million from the unassigned fund balance. I think it's important that this body and the administration all be collectively recognized for the desire to try and carry that burden on our own. I actually went back and looked, and between the Accelerate Memphis project, this transfer, and ARPA, this group, this administration, and this council has put somewhere near almost $15 million in the last 2.5 years towards affordable housing in the city of Memphis, which has to be the most significant investment from the city entity that's occurred without the federal matching dollars. And then we have a typo here, Scribner's error on that. And then lastly, and most importantly, to Councilman Jones and Councilman Morgan, a crime lab is something that's been discussed, but the only way that we can actually approach it is with a feasibility study. Much like anything, to hire an organization to come in and look at what would we need, how much would it cost, where would you put it, et cetera. And it's not so that the city of Memphis can, yeah. Oh, yeah. We can amend it. We can amend it if you need to, but when I look at the appropriation statement, yeah, we'll talk. She's upset it's coming from executive. You want police to run it, or you want the executive division? I think the executive division would be the best place to run that. And here's where I want to end up, because Councilman Morgan's not here. It's not so that the city of Memphis can bear the cost of it, but after conversations with state legislatures, doing the feasibility study for them was the first step in going and asking for funding from the state. If it's determined through the feasibility study that the best place to have a crime lab and the size of the crime lab is here. So again, this would be to start the process of determining, and the language of this will be written up to $600,000 because we don't know what the exact cost is. And again, Councilman Morgan isn't here to talk through that, so I just wanted to get that out. The last thing that's going to be presented and we'll vote on is that Councilwoman Johnson has led with others, and I'm on here as a co-sponsor, and so is Councilwoman Robinson, and I'm sure everybody else is there's going to be a little bit of a surplus this year in the fiscal year 23 budget, and she has leading the charge to propose that non-represented employees receive a one-time bonus of up to $2 million. So that, it'll be at least a 1% bonus. It could be 1.23, it could be 1.55%. I don't know. I'm not as good as math as I'd like to be, but the idea is it'll be at least 1%, and then to give Chief Ford some bandwidth to get it up to $2 million. Thank you. So with that being said, what I'd like to do is recognize any member that would like to either ask me questions, or there are many members that have sponsored, championed, led these initiatives. If they'd like to comment on or talk a little bit about the things that they have done, because I want to reiterate that the work that was done here was not staff and me and the administration. It was collectively all of us and trying to support the things that are important to the council, which means they're important to your constituents. So if there's any member that would like to be recognized just to talk generally, and then after that, what I'll start doing is I'm going to move the resolutions for ARPA, the bonus, and then the amendments to the budget. And to reiterate, this will keep the tax rate flat this year, static. So with that, are there any members that'd like to make any comments? Councilwoman Johnson?
I just want clarity on the process again.
Sure. A lot going on here.
So much going on with all this paper. Now, I'm concerned, of course, and I ask for everybody's support to make certain that our employees who work extremely hard are able, you support allowing them to get up to this $2 million and whatever percentage of bonus that it represents. I've always said that all of our employees are first-time responders. We have different jobs, but each job is just as important. Now, where is this $2 million on?
So it's not. This, if you'll look, this $2 million is going to come from this year's budget. Okay, so it's going to go downstairs tonight with same night minutes. Okay. So it'll be a fiscal year 23 bonus for them.
Okay. I got you. So we need to change something.
So I think if I hear the councilwoman, she wants to make sure that we amend, we strike equal to 1% and say non-represented employees as a percentage of their salary not to exceed $2 million. I mean, surely gets the spirit of the language. Yeah. Oh, they did? All right, perfect. Sorry. Thank you. That's my bad. Yep. So it's properly in there. So it's going to say, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and move. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and move it. So may I have a motion and a second to hear a resolution? I got to read it in the record, but yes, thank you guys. A resolution to amend the City of Memphis fiscal year 23 operating budget. Now therefore be resolved that the Memphis City Council hereby amends the fiscal year 23 operating budget of the City of Memphis to provide a one-time bonus to all general non-represented employees not to exceed a total amount of $2 million to be paid from the fiscal year general fund end of year unencumbered fund balance. I want to say, or as determined by the chief financial officer of the City of Memphis. Or as determined. It's the same thing. You gotta give Shirley latitude to do her thing. I had a motion by Smiley, seconded by Warren. I'd like to send this downstairs with same night minutes. Any questions on this? Are we good? On this one?
And that's from 20.
Yes, sir. Councilman Ford.
Yeah, we can send it all downstairs, but we got to talk about it. I'm not against this $2 million, okay? But hey, it may be 1.5.
We agree.
Okay? Like that. You know, I really want everybody to understand today. Across the street, you don't get a dime, okay? They were terrible yesterday, okay? So we don't need to look for nothing across the street. We got to do it on our own this time, okay? They were real buttholes, okay? And I want them to hear me. I really do, because, hey, it was terrible. And then not only that, that's why I say, it was a few that, hey, listen to somebody say, if you do this, I will give you this. But you know what? My district was left the hell out. And I don't want it to happen, okay? There was 2 districts that was left out because, hey, but they passed that doggone wheel tax. If you didn't vote for that, you on punishment, okay? We are not children, okay? But I want everybody to understand that today. So, hey, I don't have a problem with this, but, hey, it may come down a little bit because I want everybody to get some extra money, okay? And just like one other, we looking at that crime lab. I ain't into $600,000 right now. We're gonna look at that after this, okay? And if he got a problem, he can see me about it because I'm gonna tell the world about him, okay? So please let's ignore some of this. And a few others, hey, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 here, there, that's unnecessary, hey, can help. Maybe you might have one thing that's important for your constituents because it's going to be about constituents today, not about a person. Let's do some constituents today, okay? Because like I said, Saturday kind of disappointed me. I'm through for right now.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. All right, colleagues, all those in favor of sending the resolution to amend the fiscal year 23 operating budget down with same night minutes and a positive recommendation, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, this item passes with or goes down with a positive recommendation. All right, one item disposed of. All right, colleagues, the next item up to begin the process of making this all fit square peg round hole is a resolution to amend the American Rescue Plan Act ARPA allocations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Memphis hereby amends fiscal year 22 ARPA allocations and reallocates the follows as effective. We've covered it. May I have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Second.
Move this item by Smiley, seconded by Warren. This also will go downstairs with same night minutes. Are there any questions or comments on this? I know some of you have some initiatives. Nope. All right. Seeing none, all those in favor of sending this down with a positive recommendation with same 9 minutes, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, this item goes downstairs with the same 9 minutes for a positive recommendation. All right. So now we are on to, and I may screw this up, so Chief Ford, be prepared to come to the microphone. This spreadsheet is going to be incorporated if we send it down with a positive recommendation into the budget ordinance tonight. So it can be amended right now, it can be obviously amended from the floor, but Chief Ford and her team, and I want to thank Chief Ford. She has spent hours with me over the last 3 days, and Brianna and Liza trying to get all of this in as best we could. So with that, I guess I'll move this as amended tonight, and then it'll be substituted in the budget ordinance. And so
Which document?
this, and I'm now looking at this giant spreadsheet.
Okay.
Yeah. So also, again, if there are any members, and I really do, because there are several of you that have led these initiatives. So if there are any members that want to talk about something that there is on here, you deserve the opportunity and credit to do so. I've tried to make sure and acknowledge, and I think as I can on the record, who's done what. And again, I know like Councilwoman Easter Thomas and Councilwoman Logan have resolutions that will come behind this to amend cover lines, which is why they're not incorporated in this. And also because they're leading those initiatives for their district and they're coming out of cover lines, which is again, why they'll go through, but I didn't want to mix and mingle. So Councilman Warren.
Yeah, I know we've got this $600,000 in for crime lab feasibility study, but you know, I know Nashville has one. It's been my understanding that it's about double the amount of time for a return from a Nashville crime lab as it is from the TBI lab at this point. And I'm wondering, do we really want to spend money this year to try to build something that's going to take 4 or 5 years to get up and going and functioning? Or do we want to like put our efforts into getting the state to be more efficient in getting stuff to us? So I'm not really in favor of that. And I'd like to propose that we remove that $600,000 from this line of budget and consider using it elsewhere.
So there's a motion. So there's a motion on the floor to amend this proposed document to delete the $600,000 for the feasibility study. Is there a second to hear on that motion?
Second, third, fourth.
There's a second, third, and fourth from Councilman Ford.
Objection.
But I just said, y'all been paying no attention to take it out of there.
Yes, sir. But
I need y'all to listen, focus today. What do you think I just said about that $600,000?
there's an objection to the motion. So now that that motion has been moved, second, and objected to, we are on the floor for debate. Is there a member of the queue? Councilman Morgan.
Yeah, I wish we didn't have to put money in this year's budget for it. I wish we'd done it 10 years ago. And I mean, it's kind of the old kind of allegory or story that the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. And I think that's the same with this investment. So if you're frustrated that the money that this would go towards wouldn't even begin in 4 or 5 years, I agree, that's frustrating as well, but that's not a reason not to do it. So the ideal behind this would be that we study it, we bring in somebody professional that can look at other facilities across the country, not just the Nashville one, what's going right, what's going wrong, and what can we do here that's going to provide a better service in terms of what our community is receiving now from the TBI lab in Nashville, which is not getting the job done. I would agree as well that the Nashville one is not getting the job done, and that would be one to look at and make sure that we don't model ourselves after. But there are other facilities, and so we need to bring somebody in, somebody to look at it, and once we have the plans of what we can and should build here, that helps us make the pitch to the state for additional funds, that we don't have to carry this load by ourselves, but we can't ask the state for funding without a plan, and we can't do a plan without a feasibility study and getting plans designed and drawn up. I think it would be a serious mistake to rely on TBI to solely fix this problem without putting some skin in the game ourselves. This is a serious issue that we have been, I believe, as a city and as a whole, negligent on in past years and decades to the people that we serve. And we have delayed, we have missed, we have not returned as much justice to a number of our citizens that they deserve, and that this would hopefully be a step, if done right, in that direction. And it is a start for the city to kind of ante up and then to get to the state, to the table, to put in some of the bigger dollars. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Jones, and then Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you. I agree with the comments made by Councilman Morgan. I had advocated for a larger allocation this year for this, but I will, take a second seat to this feasibility study. I don't see any reason why we should put the fate of Memphians and Tennesseans and Memphians in the state of Tennessee's hands based upon what's submitted to West Tennessee right now, the bulk of that comes from Memphis. So we talk about things to help bring down crime. Part of bringing down crime is solving crime. And I don't see how without this we can't get to that end game where we're trying to reduce crime versus, where we can reduce crime if we don't have a means that we control of identifying those who have been the perpetrators of these crimes. And this is a means to getting us in that direction. So it's about this. The council is a part of the city just as the executive branch is. People don't identify, they don't bifurcate between the council and the city. When we do this as a council, people see the city of Memphis doing something to protect them, and that's what this will do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, I know we had a robust discussion about this last time, but I just wanted to ask quickly for clarity for the folks who motion for the study or the crime lab. We currently send our things where? Jackson.
I'll just go ahead and I'm sorry, Councilwoman. Yeah, basically, you guys have the floor to answer any questions coming your way.
Okay. So TBI and Jackson.
Yes.
And so we were discussing Nashville because Nashville has their own individual that Chief said wasn't doing good numbers.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure about that. Councilman Warren, I agree with you. And then also the sentiments made by Ford earlier. But Chairman, I also agree with you that we do need a way to solve crimes. But as we're discussing things during this budget season, you put your money towards what you're planning for and what you anticipate. So if we are, allocating $250 to JIF or $500 to STEM, but $600 to a crime lab, we're anticipating and planning for more crime to solve. Instead of trying to find ways to help mediate or ameliorate the issues that we're seeing. Is this the only amount that we have for the feasibility study? Is this what we were quoted? Is it cheaper?
We'll have to go to RFP, so you're going to have multiple bids. But based on other studies we've done, we think this is a fair enough number to get going.
Can we? Is it a way that we can get an actual what did Nashville use? Even though we don't want the people they have since they don't have.
Fine, would you mind coming? I know you're.
But what's the number? Because 600 is a lot of money that we could be using for other stuff. Or even if we don't need it all, use some of it.
Correct, and if
else.
it comes in less, you reallocate the surplus, which would be wonderful. But you try to put your best estimate forward. Similar studies the city's done to the scope. I would be surprised if it's the total of the 600, but given their current contracting environment, I want to make sure that we're trying to be accurate and sufficient.
Councilwoman, do you want further clarification from Chief Ryan?
Yeah, in order to be comfortable, I need a lesser number, and then I need an actual number. Because we have numbers on kids needing help. We have actual numbers on houseless people at the hub. We have actual numbers at folks at JIF, but we don't have an actual number for this contract.
35% of reported sexual assaults are children. You don't think they're not affected by this issue?
Chief.
Oh, hold on, team. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Councilman Easter Thomas is recognizing Chief Ryan. Chief Ryan, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for that question. I'm not sure how much a feasibility study would cost. 600 does seem a bit high to me, based on just the other contracting that I've seen around this type of work of feasibility. But I don't have a number of what that would look like. unfortunately.
What would seem like a feasible number to you for this type of feasibility study?
I would put it somewhere, probably half of the $600,000 amount.
Did y'all hear
Somewhere-
that?
Somewhere
She
around
said
there.
half.
And I'm making a very wild estimate because I have no idea.
If 300 is the number that needs to get going, that's terrific. There's another number that I received that was 750,000, and I said, no, I don't think we can do that. So,
That's crazy.
like I said, I'm interested in getting this going and getting the number right. And some of this is not only feasibility, but it's also going to have to be design. And this will be a smaller scope than what they've been doing in Nashville, with hopefully the focus being on sexual assault, something that's, I believe, manageable by our current staff and city operations.
Last thing, Chair. I think the same way we can, if it's excess allocated later, the same way we can take it down, and if we need to, find it to put it back in there.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I've got Councilwoman Robinson, Johnson, Warren, Ford, and then Logan. So, Councilwoman Robinson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I need Chief Ford to come and explain to us about, so we know where there are additional dollars, that in a couple of years, we will have some bonds or whatever y'all call it paid for, and we'll have additional dollars in the city. Can we offset some of this, knowing that moving forward, we will have those additional dollars? Can you talk to us about that?
Good morning, Chief Ford.
Good morning, council members. I'm Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer for City of Memphis, 125 North Main. Thank you, Councilman Robinson. This is one of my favorite things to talk about, so thank you for opening the door. In FY27, we are looking at approximately $50 million decrease in our debt service. That $50 million is annually. So that provides an incredible opportunity in a couple of years for us to direct funds to people, projects, places that we have not previously, at least in my tenure and years before, not been able to do, simply because of the debt service that the city had. We've worked diligently with your help. We restructured the debt. We have held that CIP down. We have found ways to work and still get things done in our community while adhering to a feasible budget. And that there is going to be a huge payoff for all of the hard work and sacrifices that we have done through our budgeting, both in capital programs and with our operating.
Okay, Chief, let me ask you to make
Yes,
sure
ma'am.
this is clear. It's not $50 million total, it's $50 million every year.
Every year.
Okay, continue.
So, I mean, and as I shared with you early in our budgeting season, we are looking at a long-range capital plan so that we can put things into motion and strategically. When do we replace a fire station? When do we build a new police precinct? When do we build a new community center? When do we build a new outdoor pool? When do we build a new park? How do we take care of the assets that we have? How much does it really cost to do that? So we are still working on that. It is not as far along as we thought we would be at this time, because we are doing building assessments for all of the city assets to see what their condition is, to see what we need. Does it need to be repaired, or does it need to be replaced? So we are working on that. And I know it looks like we're kind of dangling a carrot out there in the future, but this is real. This is absolutely real, that we have all of our hard work will pay off, and that there is an opportunity. And I know it doesn't sound like a very short time, but in a very short couple of years, to make some significant investments in things that this city has been anxiously awaiting to do.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
In looking at the amount for feasibility study, I think the $300,000 to get that process started, but we need to have it done at least a year before the fiscal year 27, so we know how we're going to spend those dollars, the $50 million per year moving forward. But we do need to have some information on project management, what our goals are for the city of Memphis. I won't be here, but I need to make sure that we set the trajectory in the right way. I'm not saying that $600,000 may be too much, but I think 300 will get us in that direction. And by then, we should have a plan. And that plan should be one that the citizens of Memphis are proud of and can see us move through. With $50 million a year, that's a lot of money that can make a big difference in the city of Memphis. And we need to keep sharing that with the community, that we're at the cusp of those dollars because we have been fiscally responsible. Thank you.
Madam Councilwoman, is that an amendment to the amendment on the floor? So there's an amendment on the floor that we're debating now that is to strike the 600,000. Are you moving to amend that to strike it from 600 to 300? There's a second amendment on the floor. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Swearingen Washington. So now, colleagues, we are.
One information.
Yes, sir.
I want to know if I can hear from the original sponsor.
Yeah, yes, sir. Well, real quick, let me just to make sure, just everybody understands. So right now, we're no longer debating striking the 600. We're basically now saying reducing it down to 300. So, Councilman Smiley, you're recognized for your point of information.
What do we do if it comes in at 500,000?
If you're looking at me, you're asking the wrong person.
So colleagues, that's a general question here. What if it comes in at 500,000? This, as we do for most of these things, we set them to say not to exceed this particular amount.
Yeah.
So the point is, I think it's an exercise in futility if we set it at 300,000, the RFPs come back at 500,000. Do we say then, because we're not part of the contracting aspect of it, do we say then, forget about it? So this is, for us to set it at an arbitrary, what could be arbitrary amount.
Arbitrary.
I don't see how we are getting towards our achieved goal in doing this.
Fair enough. Thank you, Chairman Jones. I think there was a point, yes, sir, point of information, Councilman Ford.
Okay.
Microphone, Councilman, if you wouldn't mind.
I think the problem is got a crime lab in Jackson, the TBI. Before they got that crime lab. Now, I don't know who did a study or whatever else. It's supposed to be coming to Memphis. We ran it up there to Jackson, Tennessee. So is there anybody here that can give me, or can y'all too, since y'all want it so bad, what happened? Okay, we ran it up there to Jackson. It was supposed to have been here. So let's get it all straight today, okay? You know, don't get mad at Jackson because, hey, we disappointed them and they went to Jackson because that's what they were trying to do and it kind of helped with the TBI. But it started here in Memphis. But all of a sudden, the one, since everybody talking about what I've been trying to do since I've been on the council, hell, you ain't gonna be here no more, okay? So, but now you want to act like, you know, maybe y'all want that crime lab named after you, okay? I'm gonna have an issue with that. Okay, this should not even. Hey, we can talk about it and all the rest, but you know, I don't care if it's $50,000. I want it put in good hands today. You know, we had the police, the chief, and everybody sitting out there, and y'all were talking, and then the question was asked. You know, when it came down to cameras, I'm gonna look at a camera, or he's gonna get ready to shoot me. What am I gonna do? Y'all not gonna be here. Y'all not gonna care. We're gonna have new people here, and please don't. And like Ms. Ford, you said down the road we're gonna have. We're gonna look at it down the road. You know, because I want every penny doing something for people this time. You know, $300,000 can go in the community center and feed some of these children, get them off the street. $300,000 that we should do, you know. And the problem that we have, hey, we got to bring some of these parents in, not just the children. Y'all looking at young folk, but, you know, y'all got issues. Y'all not going to be here. Don't put something on somebody, and y'all not going to be here, going to be gone, and ain't going to give a doggone about nothing. You know, that's what I said. Why? But I need y'all to find out and let them know that, hey, it was started here before it went to Jackson. And I really don't want to hear about Nashville.
Ms. Ford, it was operated by the state of Tennessee. The state of Tennessee made that decision.
Hold on.
Gentlemen, you asked how did
gentlemen.
it get to Jackson? It got to Jackson because it was the state of Tennessee's decision to do so. There's never been an opportunity, or the city of Memphis never stepped up.
Gentlemen, that's not true. Gentlemen, please. Please don't say that because it's not true.
So why would Memphis
hey,
send
guys.
anything to Jackson, Mr. Ford? It makes no sense.
Chairman, please, with all due respect.
Yeah, please tell him don't
No,
talk to me.
gentlemen, Chairman Jones, I'm happy to put you back in the queue if you don't mind.
Please.
I've got Councilwoman Johnson, and then Councilman Warren, and then Logan Robinson and Jones.
I thought I was on a track. Now I'm confused again. Now, you're asking for the 600,000 to be able to actually issue our RFP, and supposedly that should be enough to actually cover the study. Is that what the process is?
To the sponsors.
Right. So if you actually just issue a RFP, get the results, and then come back and ask for the funds, would that be feasible, or what's the problem that could be there?
Well, the problem is, you want to budget for what you think that expense will be. I'm okay, maybe Councilman Jones and I would differ on this. I'm okay going forward if the number is 300,000. And look, as long as this body understands, again, Councilman Ford makes a good point. I will not be here in 7 months. A number of y'all still will be. I wish this had been done 10 years ago. Another example of a good project that was not started when I was a city councilman, but we saw it through, was the advent and the contract for body cameras. That was a project that was started before many of us got on council, and then we saw it through because it took many years to implement. And, that's just the nature of government. There's got to be a handoff, but we're trying to make the best decisions for not only tomorrow, but 5, 10, 25 years from now. And some of them will take time. So I'm okay if we go forward with, 300,000 and we tell the administration to issue the RFP or RFQ, and let's get some responses back. And you know what? If all the viable bids come in a little bit over that, to the council members that are here, remember this discussion. We can find the $50,000, the $150,000 somewhere in the budget. But for today's sake, I'm happy to get it moving forward at 300. And then if for whatever reason the RFP comes back high,
let me
we'll deal
propose
with it
this.
at that moment.
Then let me propose this. Perhaps this may be the best way to do it. Well, I got you. I've got a separate way that we can just go about this that takes it out of the operating budget. And I think, and Jeff, this is actually going to involve you because you're such a champion for GVIP. But I would make the case that this is a violence intervention project. And we still have about $3 million in change in the GVIP ARPA line item. So, and I would tell you that one could make the case that we know this, as a result of COVID, domestic violence and sexual assault increased around the country. So I'll propose, instead of utilizing general fund operating dollars, we could allocate up to $600,000 from the ARPA GVIP line item and go at it that way, if that's something that would be amenable to the body.
And I so move.
All right, can I ask?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I would just...
I got 2 amendments on the floor, but we'll get there in a second.
What we're trying to do, and I understand Councilman Jones and Councilman Morgan's comments about how we need this. But in order to get this, we're going to have a plan that has technicians available to work in this facility. Okay, we don't need to plan building the crime lab. We need to plan staffing the crime lab first. Okay, so this should be an organizational plan that says, okay, if we're going to build this thing, what do we have to have in place educationally to staff it? because that's the problem they're having in Nashville and the problem the TBI has. So I am all for having a plan to build something that will be workable, but we don't need to build the building now. We don't need a plan for a building now. We need somebody who's going to come in and say, how do we get a functioning crime lab staffed? That's the first thing. So we got to start training now. Who's going to do the training? So this isn't really a building RFP. This is a RFP to make a functioning entity. And the very first thing you're going to have to do, because that's your lead time, it's going to take longer to get the people trained to do this than it will to build the building. And we can build a building and have an empty building, which is why the chief didn't bring this to us as one of the things she wanted, because she knew she didn't have anybody to staff it. So I am more than willing to have GVET put in some money that would say, let's figure out how this process should work, but let's don't spend an RFP for a building right now.
Sure,
That
I
building a
had
building
more
will not help us if we don't have it
problem.
staffed. If that makes sense. So I am for this, but let's go all the way back to what it's really going to take to make it work. And that's to have people there who can do the crime testing.
So,
Thank you, Mr.
I'll defer
Chair.
to the sponsors, but my understanding is that the feasibility study looks at the comprehensive entity, all of the above.
It's both hands.
Yeah. Okay.
But the first thing we got to do before we go out and get people to give us building codes is let's see what the time lag is. And then next year or the year after, once we know what we've got to be putting into it, we're going to have to do funding for that education or directed education for those people well before we're going to have to start building anything or have any site design. So we don't need that in an RFP right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, I've got Councilwoman, well, actually, I guess since Councilman Colvett has not spoken, so Councilman Colvett, and then we'll go back to members that have spoken, which would be Robinson, Jones, and Johnson.
I had the floor. You jumped in, they jumped in.
Because you have an amendment, if I remember.
No, I didn't have an amendment. I was asking for clarification.
Okay, sorry, we had point of clarity.
Yeah.
That's my fault. We had point of clarities that end up being not point of information. Yeah. So I'm sorry, Councilwoman Johnson, you have the floor.
I thank you again. It was my understanding, as Dr. Warren spoke, everything he's asking for should be explained in that study. So that is it. I also think that's a possibility of what Chase Carlisle has said in regards to taking it from the other program. Intervention would be an ideal place to start. But I also see this as a police issue. Why can't we take it from the police budget? I think they have additional funds. I mean, if it's only 300,000, start with 300. They'll have some extra money. So let's talk about other places where the funds could probably come from, rather than necessarily on this particular line item.
Okay.
Those are my comments. Thank
Yes,
you, Chair.
ma'am. Absolutely. All right, let me get it back together here. Colvett, and then Robinson and Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the 600,000, Councilman Morgan, how did you arrive at that number?
Discussions with TBI, with police director, various searches, articles, reading, as well as just the past experience of comparable studies that we've done in the city of Memphis over the last 7 years. So, as is most budgeting and forecasting, you look at experience, you talk to experts, and you just put your best number on it. It doesn't have to be 600. If it was 599, I wouldn't say, well, that's not enough. We don't have an exact number. We're going out to RFP. Like I said, I'm good with moving this forward at 300 as long as we're all under the understanding that it could come in higher than that.
Well,
it could come in.
To that point, yes or no, you have professionals and reason to believe that 600 could be even higher. You mentioned 750.
It depends the full scope of the work, which would be up to the administration in terms of how they want to write and contract for that RFP. If you start getting into architecture, engineering, design work in a deeper dive, I think you would run higher than that. But in order to have a plan that we can take to Nashville, that's taken seriously, it'll probably be a combination of just the feasibility and the ins and outs and the hiring and the staffing, as well as what it looked like in an estimated cost without the full
colleagues,
hearing details.
Colleagues, we have professionals with TBI law enforcement telling us, and again, we're all agreeing this is at best guess, 600. The professionals have said so. We have reason to believe it could go higher depending on how the RFQ is written. Also, in 7 years on budgets, it is much harder to find money to continue a funding than it is to come down. If you budget 6 and it comes in at 4, then you have 200 left over to do what you need to do. But it is a lot harder to then find funds. I would be in favor of the 750, but that is my opinion because I agree that we are Memphis and we need to move forward with this regardless. So Chairman Jones, I emphatically agree with you on that issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. I have enjoyed the dialogue on today. 600, 750, it doesn't matter. My experience on this council, on working with the Memphis city and the government of this city, to even get to a feasibility study, it's gonna take a year for them to come up with the paperwork, who they're gonna do it, all the other things that happen in the background, and it'll be next budget year for you all to do anything with it. 300,000 is a good placeholder because I doubt very seriously if we get that far in the next less than 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chairman Jones.
I go back to, but what if it does come back above that 3? That's the part I can't get past. And so, colleagues, 6 months from now, 7 months from now, I won't be on the council, but I will still live in this city, and we all collectively, here or not, still have a responsibility to do what we can today to make this place a safer and better city. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We still have the second amendment. What I would like to ask the sponsor of that amendment to do would be to withdraw and then make a motion to withdraw your current motion and move to add $300,000 from the group violence intervention ARPA money. And I'll second that. So here's what's happening. The $600,000 is going to come out of the general fund operating budget for now. And we're going to earmark $300,000 from the ARPA funding. And to answer the question of Chairman Jones and Chairman Morgan, or Councilman Morgan, is if it comes back higher, there is still funding available in the ARPA funds. And if it comes back, the administration, it's amazing the voodoo they're able to pull when they need to find a couple $100,000 here or there. So the motion now is to move to amend to remove $600,000 from the operating budget and reallocate $300,000 from group violence intervention ARPA line item to fund a feasibility study for a Memphis crime lab. Yeah, please go ahead. Councilman Colvett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure. So basically what we're doing is we're taking the 600,000 off the table, putting 300,000 into GVIB.
So you got the general fund bucket, and we're saying that 600,000 is going back into the general fund for now. And so it's going to get stripped off of this. And then we're going to amend ARPA, and there's about $3 million and change in the group bonds intervention line item. And we're going to earmark of that $3 million, we're going to earmark about 300,000 of that to go towards a feasibility study for both plant and people, Dr. Moore.
So in simplistic terms, Mr. Chairman, you were just real simplistic layman's terms. You're lowering the 600 to 300 for this study.
Yes, and using a different source of funds.
Terms.
Yes, sir. With a different source of funds.
I'm in support of the motion.
All right.
God. I would really, okay. I strongly support this. I think it needs to be 600. So I tell you, I will abstain from voting because I want the 600. But if it's the will of the body to go 300 at this point, I'm definitely not going to stand in your way. At least we're doing something. But
well, we always have tonight.
Just let the record reflect. I want the 600.
Yes, sir. All right, colleagues, so we are going to vote on the amended motion from Councilwoman Robinson to utilize ARPA funding to the tune of up to $300,000 for a feasibility study for Memphis Crime Lab. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Chairman Jones is a no. I am an aye. And Councilman Colvett is an abstention. Thank you. This item goes downstairs with same night minutes with a favorable recommendation. And ultimately what we may do, I just got to make sure I technically do it right, is probably just amend the ARPA resolution on the floor tonight. But I think the body's spoken. This item, that vote passes. We are now back to the main agenda, which is the overall amended budget reappropriations and approvals. It's been moved and seconded, yes.
Mr. Chair, move previous question.
The previous question has been moved. All those in favor of sending this amended budget downstairs tonight with a favorable recommendation and same night minutes, which really it's not same night minutes because it's already on the agenda, but we are going to have to pass tonight's budget with same night minutes in order to make it by July 1. Yes. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Mike.
Yep, sure.
Mike.
So let me, for the council members that didn't hear, we just removed the $600,000 from the general fund operating budget, and we have earmarked $300,000 from ARPA's GVIP line item to go towards a feasibility study for a crime lab. We're now back to the main motion, which is this spreadsheet, which Chief Ford will bake into tonight's tax and what do we call it, budget ordinance. And then I was just making the note that in order to have a signed budget by the comptroller and the mayor and up to comptroller Mumpower by July 1, June 30th, we need to pass tonight's ordinance with same night minutes. So I was just saying, just a technical.
So we're at 300,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But not coming from the general fund. It's coming from ARPA. Yes, ma'am. All right. All those. A lot going on here. A lot of moving pieces. Oh, yep. Which means we'll need to restore the executive personnel line item back for the time being. So I have to move to amend to restore the executive personnel by $600,000. In a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Seeing none, that item amendment passes. Sorry, Chairman. Please show Chairman Jones as a no. Thank you, Chairman. All right, so all those in, wait, so we're good. Everybody but Chairman Jones. Anybody else abstentions? Nope. All right, so this goes downstairs with a favorable recommendation to amend the budget ordinance and fix the tax rate. Now, we've got other members that have some other business that will impact fiscal year 24. Councilwoman Logan, item number two, a resolution to amend the City of Memphis proposed fiscal year capital improvement budget, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Logan. I don't have it in front of me, but I think ultimately, and Councilwoman, I'll turn it over to you, but it's an amendment to the parks cover line to support the Raleigh Community Center. Councilwoman, the floor is, do I have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Move it.
Moved by Smiley, seconded by Ford. Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And I don't have all the notes, but as you know, for some time now, I've been discussing the safety and security issues at the Raleigh Community Center, which is one of the older ones in our city. And recently, there was a donation made, just as an example, a donation was made, not to mention all of the fatalities and shootings and things that have happened there. But this one particular thing, there was an investment made into the property, and because of the fact that the property is wide open, the investment that was made, there was vandalism, and it was totally destroyed. And we have a gate there, but that gate is not working or is not used. And then there were the cameras that were there. We're not able to capture things, what happened the way it should have been. And there are just a number of things that I have listed. I work with administration, general services, parks, and we've been discussing. Those things have been planned for a while, but we need to move forward with those safety measures for security's sake. When we talk about the people, I totally agree with Councilman Ford that a lot of children are there. You have grown people. I myself have driven up and seen grown people handing out drugs on the campus when kids are trying to get into the place. And so making it more secure, putting signs out, cutting down the trees that, when back in the day it was built, some of these parks were built back like Shelby Forest, there were wooded areas around it. So it is just not safe. There's a lot of deferred maintenance there, and we all I appreciate administration for the work that they're doing to bring it up to where it needs to be and continued. They understand, what the needs are, and we've discussed it. And so this is a part of that, making it's safe. It's open to a community that has changed so tremendously. And when it was originally done, it made sense. But now it just doesn't make sense to have it as wide open as it is. And all of the activities that are going there, and it's hidden back in the woods. So there are some things here to that can make this more secure and safe for all of the constituents that attend there. And so we don't have a YMCA or YWCA. We don't have some of the other things. This is where everyone goes, our seniors, our children, and adults. And there's just too much negative and adverse activity that's going on that are harming the citizens. So I really would appreciate your support in bringing this matter to resolve.
And Councilwoman, for the record, I believe it's $150,000.
Yes. Not much at all. That can bring these preliminary things to
yes, ma'am.
Until they do this study and determine which way to go with it.
And to remind everybody, as Councilwoman Logan knows, our cover line this year is $2.5 million. So she's just allocating money from that cover line, and mechanically we'll hopefully pass the budget tonight. And then on the very first meeting that will be on the floor, and then she'll appropriate that money from there. So it's budget neutral. Any questions or comments for the Councilwoman? All those in favor of sending this downstairs with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the chair is an aye. This is unanimous. Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilman, I'm going to bounce around here because I think people are moving some stuff. I'm going to go to Councilman Smiley for a resolution to amend the City of Memphis proposed fiscal year 24 operating budget, all council districts.
All right, so thank you, Chairman Carlisle. Try to be as succinct as possible. The resolution that was passed out to you all, there's been some changes. For the most part, I'm moving to amend this big spreadsheet here. This big spreadsheet? Yeah. It looks really nice, right? All right. There is a line item specifically for parks. It says it's about $2.3 million. Most of these are parks initiatives. So basically what this resolution is going to do for the most part, it's going to specifically designate for some of the funding that'll be amended for parks to be used for certain things. One, Memphis Parks Community Centers, $20,000 to extended summer operating hours. The funding sources, the ambassadors, fellowship pay, general fund, grant and subsidies. Another $20,000 for something I'm passionate about, and I think the majority of people in the city of Memphis is passionate about. There's a new one coming out, a new resolution coming out to account for these amendments that I'm suggesting. $20,000 for the basketball program, something that we, I guess is be the upcoming third year of the Memphis Park Team Fest. I think if we want to attract some of the best talent, we have to actually have venues and resources available to bring those artists in, to give young people an opportunity to enjoy the best our music world has to offer. There's also a study for something that Councilwoman Swearingen Washington suggested, and I supported. Study for the park in Magnolia, Castalia neighborhood. Study for $25,000 coming out the ambassadors general fund. There's also something that Councilwoman Johnson sponsored and I'm supporting, which is the Bellevue Tennis Court Racquetball Park improvements. If you took a trip to the Bellevue Tennis Courts, you will know that It seems like the city of Memphis completely forgot it existed. Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson, for your championing this. Also, there is a request for an additional $50,000 for the Human Resources Office of EDI to expand the initiatives for employee complaint resolutions through EEOC and internal investigations. And with that, that should be everything. Hopefully there's no questions. And with that, I so move.
Thank you. And just to be clear, colleagues, the from the funding source has changed now that we've appropriated. That's what Councilman Smiley, just to clarify. Yeah, I wish this had not gone out this way. So yeah, from the funding source and project number is now changed because we have the allocated money to parks. So ignore that for the most part.
Brianna.
Well, that's so. Yeah, this is why I think what
Could we possibly have that corrected and
Yeah.
shown to us in a correct form?
Yeah, let's do that. I think let's withdraw this and get it changed. And JB, we can. Okay. So everybody toss this away. We're gonna hang tight real quick, and then
Question.
yeah. Yeah. So, and here's the deal. We'll take this up either in executive or from the floor downstairs tonight.
Okay.
I think that'll be the best way to do it.
Can I give an amendment?
All my quotes,
The
everything I said
it's
stands.
been withdrawn.
Okay.
Just remember everything I said, because I
amended
won't
on-
repeat it again.
Yeah. All right. So I think, by the way, just to Vice Chairman Smiley's point, instead of cutting from police services or some other line item, all the money is sitting in parks. I think the thing for him that we got to figure out that's in here is the cover line for fire, which we might have. Yeah, we'll figure that out. And then the $50,000 for human resources. Everything else on there is going to come from the $2.3 million for parks. All right. Yes, sir. All right. Now, I've got Councilwoman Robinson, item number 3. A resolution to amend the City of Memphis proposed fiscal year 24 operating budget, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Robinson. Before we take a motion, just to clarify, she led the charge on the Whitehaven STEM, and she led the charge on one other item that's in this comprehensive, and she has the council software program, which we believe is there's funding in our budget to cover in order for us to manage constituent complaints. But she has 2 other items that need to be moved and debated. So with that, is there a motion and a second to hear Councilwoman?
Move it.
Moved by Vice Chairman Smiley, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman Robinson, the floor is yours.
Have we passed it out?
Here's one right here. Okay. Thank you. The resolution says a resolution to amend the City of Memphis fiscal year 24 budget. You all have it yet?
Almost. Meredith is working so hard.
So it is my understanding that I have 2 items here that needs to be moved to the floor, and that's for the Tullahoma Road improvements that we've been talking about for 2.5 years at $2.1 million as a part of the engineering CIP budget. I've asked the question, was it in the budget? I can never get an answer, so I'm trying to make sure that it is in the budget.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So, Councilwoman, just so we can dispose of it, it's a friendly amendment to remove constituent software and Whitehaven STEM from your resolution on the floor?
Yes.
Thank you. So, colleagues, again, we're removing constituent software in the Whitehaven STEM. On the floor is an increase to the OPEB funding by allocating HR health plan savings to retirees in the amount of $500,000. And the funding source would be the Human Resources Health Plan savings and received by OPEB.
Yes.
Is that technically all right? And then secondly, there is an amendment to add $2.1 million by cutting the Mud Island cover line by 2.1 and then adding it to the engineering CIP budget. Any council members? Dr. Warren.
Could we have someone from administration explain where this human resource health plan savings is coming from? I don't recall that in the Healthcare Oversight Committee is seeing savings.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. I do not show $500,000 savings in OPEB. I think their budget came in under, but I don't see a savings of $500,000 in OPEB.
So, can we get, so is there more clarification you can get from, I guess? HR to see if that's the case, or you're sure on that?
We can pull their budget presentation. I apologize, I don't have a general fund with me, but I know that their budget came in less than last year, but it wasn't a savings. I mean, we're expending out, if you look at their budget, we're expending out every penny that's coming in.
Yes, I recall we were negative. I mean, we had, even though the budget looked good, other funds were spent. So I'm not sure there's that money there.
According to the presentation, I was here for it. I made sure. It was.
We're gonna.
So I just want us to double check and make sure, because I don't recall it that way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So we have a note from Alex Smith, and I'm going to read this into the record. The budget we requested for fiscal year 24 is $97 million for the healthcare fund, which is $500,000 less than fiscal year 23. And the $22 million for the OPEB fund is $952,000 less, or 4% decrease for fiscal year 23. The OPEB fund received over $8 million transfer in from the sales tax referendum, so I would not characterize that as a true savings. Therefore, I would estimate the total savings of $500,000. Please let me know if you have any questions. So she said we do have a $500,000 savings, and I wanted that $500 savings to be allocated toward the OPEB fund for our retirees.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay. Administration.
Thank you. Again, I think the what you're referring as savings is, if you recall, with our sales tax referendum money, the cost for the restoration for the police and fire officers to come back in to through OPEB is paid for by the referendum. So it is a cost reimbursement. So if the budget is lower, it's because those expenses were lower and the revenue coming in is lower. But we're pulling Chief Smith's presentation right now so that I can go through it line by line to confirm the questions. But I do not believe there is a savings in our OPEB fund.
Okay, so we can discuss that this evening during our executive session?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll bring it back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just to keep moving. Okay, well, so we'll see how we'll do this technically. All right, Councilwoman, do you want to talk about Tullahoma Road as well?
Okay, I did talk about Tullahoma.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Just bringing it back since yes, ma'am. So this is, and just Councilwoman, make sure that I understand, this is not sidewalks. This is the expansion of Tullahoma. I don't know, it's like, I'm going to say this, like 1,500 yards or 1,500 feet down to state line.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Councilwoman, my only issue is we're cutting. I'm very supportive of getting sidewalks on Tullahoma, as you and I have discussed. And I think that eventually this road would need to be expanded, but I have concerns that the developer still doesn't have a tenant, and even if and when they were to get a tenant, I think that there would be an opportunity for the city, the county, and Edge, because ultimately that tenant will apply for a pilot in all likelihood, to come together in a development agreement and actually figure out how they would share the cost. I love to support your initiatives, but this is something, especially because Mud Island has got so much deferred maintenance that they're going to have to do that I personally can't support, but I'm fully supportive of sidewalks on Tullahoma, which we also still have yet to get clarity, I think, on where engineering is on that. I know that's a separate item from this, but
Yes.
I can't support an additional 2.1 million going away from the deferred maintenance for a project that still doesn't have a tenant. And that's just my personal position.
So I appreciate you making that statement. However, the people who live in that block want to see some improvement in the road, in the traffic, because there are no sidewalks. They need to improve that area because they're getting dumping from people from Mississippi. And until we clean that up and make sure that they have lights and sidewalks and the street are straight, we can't make those improvements. So this is not just about the company, this is about the whole community that lives over there.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other colleagues want to address? Chairman Jones.
Mine is a general question. I've seen 2 resolutions that have all but rated money that have been set aside for Mud Island. So do we know what that balance would be? We were just entertaining a comment or a presentation by Sound Diplomacy, and the starting point for that was supposed to be, or an integral part of that, is Mud Island. And so
yes, sir. I'll answer
what
that.
would be the balance?
$900,000 if this and the other were to pass.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So going back, so if that's the case, what would be, I don't see the point of even doing the Sound Diplomacy if we don't have any funds set aside, and the integral part of that was going to be Mud Island. Colleagues?
So, yeah, I mean, I agree. And again, I didn't like, look, I've been, along with many others, a huge advocate for downtown. I think that's pretty obvious. And it was difficult for me to take $1 from that line item. I was comfortable taking $1 million or $2 million because it was going to immediate things like Whitehaven STEM, which is a huge thing that we all believe in and needs to be cash because it can't be geo bonds. But at some point, the cuts become too far, and that's why I'm expressing that I can't support the source of funding for the widening for Tullahoma and be voting against it. But I will say this, if the side, and this is the thing that I'd love to get clarified, even though it's not on Councilwoman Robinson's current resolution, is the sidewalks. That has to be fixed.
Yes.
So, Councilwoman, just because we haven't gotten the OPEB, can we separate your resolution so that we can vote on the 2.1 million and we'll take up the 500,000 in
Yes.
executive?
Yes.
So, colleagues, without objection, we're going to divide this question and hold the OPEB funding for executive. And so this resolution before you is to amend the Mud Island cover line. Before we get there, though, since our guys here, the man of lights and sidewalks.
Mr. Chairman, before we move on, though, I still had some comments to make.
Sir, please.
Looking at colleagues, we are shuffling chairs on the Titanic. You cannot cut your way to prosperity. So we're just postponing the inevitable. We're not looking at any additional revenue sources with this. We are cutting here, taking here for this, and taking here from that. You know, we're looking at this, we're still going to have the operational issues with MATA. So this is I still got to live here, folks. Next year, all of us, we still got to live here. This is an exercise in insanity, doing the same thing and expecting different results with the same amount of revenue, shuffling here, shuffling there, cutting this, cutting that. We're not going to get to any measurable and appreciable outcomes with this particular strategy, colleagues. Nobody ran for this office to say, I want to raise taxes. But to make the investments and take this city where we want to take it, we can't do so by cutting here, cutting there, and not looking at new revenue sources. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Don't you have a proposal coming?
Thank you, Chairman Jones. The chairman has a proposal on the floor this evening that's already on the agenda. Thank you. Councilman Smiley, did you have any other? Okay. All right. Administration. Let's take Tullahoma, either the road widening I'm gonna add it to the discussion if it's okay with Councilman Robinson, the sidewalks. say what's more important to her, but the sidewalks are more important to me than the road widening down Tullahoma. But hey, Manny, good morning. Welcome back.
Good morning, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So I think there's a bit of confusion in terms of what is being proposed for Tullahoma. So we currently do have sidewalk improvements planned for Tullahoma. However, that is the section on the west side of Tullahoma between Morning View to Holmes Road. And the intent there is to connect the community to the Zodiac Park. So that's one concept, and that is currently funded.
Okay.
So we do have that currently funded.
And when are we going to do it?
So that.
I need to know the dates, please.
I'm sorry,
Let
would
them
you just
finish.
repeat what you just said for Councilwoman Swearingen Washington and then answer Councilwoman Robinson's question?
Sure. So to answer Councilwoman Washington's inquiry, that is not a widening project. That is simply.
Just want to make sure that what you said, that it's funded.
That is funded. The
Yes.
sidewalk plan for Tullahoma between Morning View to Holmes Road along the west side of Tullahoma is funded currently and is intended to start within the next 30 days. So that is planned. The question at hand is this $2.1 million.
I'm sorry, did you,
Does that answer your question, Councilwoman?
Okay, wait. So I want the council to understand how long we've been working on this. I need to know how long that money has been allocated, because we're making decisions today about money to be allocated that may not be spent 3 years from now, and we're trying to make sure that we have those dollars that we need immediately in this budget. So can you give us some idea so they'll know that I'm not crazy, that we have been working on this for years, and if the money is allocated and it has not been spent, that's what we're still working on. When we ask for an additional $2.1 million, it might not be spent for the next 4 years. So I don't know why we allocate dollars and we don't spend them within that budget cycle. We've got to be a little more intent with these dollars. So explain that so they can understand that this just didn't happen.
Yeah, so the section of Tullahoma between Morning View and Holmes Road, we have been working on that for quite some time. The funding for that work is coming out of FY23 dollars. So we do have that currently in place, so that is fully funded.
Okay, thank you. Then this next item, the Tullahoma Road improvement between Tula Tech and Mississippi state line.
So the request, having meetings with the representative of the development that's planning to do construction in that area, the request is to do half-street improvements along Tullahoma, and basically it's gonna be from the state line all the way up to potentially to Holmes Road. So the half-street improvement on the west side of Tullahoma. We estimated for the half-street improvement to be roughly around $2 million or $2.1 million is the estimate to do half-street improvement to meet the request that the developer is asking for. And that is currently unfunded, hence the request for FY24 dollars to support that.
Yes, ma'am. The resolution, the question was, is that not for street widening? The resolution that is before us is street widening, but it's, for me, and I don't want to speak for Councilman Rob, it's tangential to a larger issue, which was really the sidewalks is something that she's been advocating for several years and trying to ensure that as the budget season was going on, trying to figure out whether or not the sidewalks, and by the way, I just want to ask you, is that what Director Belen described? Is that what you are?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So the sidewalks are in, thank goodness. All right. So now all that's really
Well, let me ask a question.
Yes, ma'am.
It's in there when we approve the budget, CIP budget.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
Correct. Okay. That's all I was concerned about. Thank you.
That's no. This is separate. They're just working together. I would tell you that again. I'm not in support of cutting another $2 million. There's too much deferred maintenance that has to be done at Mud Island. With the sidewalks being in the budget, is there any way that I could get the maker of the motion to withdraw this road widening until next year? I know you won't be here next year. I mean, the problem is
District 3 expects me to negotiate this today.
$1 million for Whitehaven STEM sounds like a pretty good deal. All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Johnson.
Question. If we would approve this 2.1, when would you actually start to work on that particular project?
I'm sorry.
I said,
can you
if he
repeat?
would start, if this was approved, when would they actually start to work?
Well, well, there's two things. One, and Manny, you take it.
Thank you.
Sure. So once the budget, if it does come to fruition that this 2.1 million is added to the FY24 dollars, then we would hire our consultant to actually do the design for that. And so that may take 3 or 4 months, being that it's a half-street improvements, and then actually do the actual construction soon thereafter. So I would imagine from a scheduling perspective that we could potentially break ground and do the work within the FY24 budget cycle.
I don't think you can get the entirety of the work done, though, in FY24 period. I mean, you got to find the consultant, do the work, do the surveys. Even if you send it out to bid, all of those things, I mean, you're crossing 2 fiscal years no matter what.
And that raises the question too, if it's that simple, why has it taken so long?
Well, it's not that simple. We're just trying to make it simple for the public.
No, I'm just saying, to Belink, if the way he presented it, it was pretty simple. And I'm saying, if it is, why has it taken so long to be done? Because this was out there for a long time.
If I could respond. Okay.
So I would say from that perspective is when we project or forecast our schedule, obviously based on just general demand and the requirements for materials and what have you, that could be a challenge from a delivery perspective. But from the planning perspective, we're always pretty aggressive in terms of when plans are drawn up and then construction. Being that this is only a half-street improvement, we don't anticipate that to be such a long period of time. But that's our best forecasted schedule.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, ma'am. I've never done a project with an engineer and architects and anything that was ever on time. Ever. That's not a city thing. That's just a general construction thing. The other issue is it hadn't been funded, and if you remember, we didn't approve the zoning for that warehouse until 12 months ago. So I mean, it wasn't even. And again, Councilwoman Robinson's point is still very valid. It's not necessarily about that distribution center; it's about the current. But the flow of traffic for me goes down the state line. But I've made my point. Are there any other colleagues that? Yes, Chairman Jones.
So if we take the street widening and the sidewalks, what will be the total amount that we look at?
Sidewalks are in a different location or not before us as a debated item. The street widening, I think, is the question you're asking. The sidewalks, I think, is $1.2 million, and that's already built into the CIP as I understand it. That's what we're talking about. This is just the 2.1 for the road widening for that stretch from that.
So we still talk about two different sections of this one.
No. Yes. Well,
because what I wouldn't want us to do is to approve sidewalks, and then we come in 2 years later, tear it up to do the widening, and then put the sidewalks.
Yes, sir.
in.
That's a totally different project in a totally different area. This is just before, but I wanted to clarify that because I know Councilwoman Robinson has been asking about it, and since Manny was here, we want to get him on the record.
Okay.
So. Again, still the only thing before us is whether or not we want to amend the cover line for Mud Island to use capital pay-go instead of GeoBonds to do a road widening from Tullahoma basically down to the state line road. It's about, I keep saying 1,500 feet, but I don't know if it's that far. 1,500 yards or feet.
So the total length between state line to Holmes Road is approximately 4,300 feet. Okay. So the section that needs to be widened is how long? It's about 4,300 feet.
Okay. I thought it was 50. It doesn't matter. All right, Councilman Warren.
Yeah, I think that the main thing Councilwoman Robinson wants is to actually have this somewhere in a budget that says it's going to happen. And what she's trying to do is to get money allocated some way that says this is going to happen. And I understand that we really don't need to take money out from Mud Island that's got a lot of deferred maintenance if we're going to be doing something with it musically. Okay, so I guess what I'm asking administration is, how can we get something definitive that this is going to be done, that Councilwoman Robinson's going to be happy she can leave saying, I made that happen. And I don't know if y'all can tell me that right now, but if y'all could tell us that before we vote tonight, it would make it a lot easier for us to vote on this budget and not have to screw this up. So that's what we're asking for, is we're asking for a definitive timeline, when the money's coming in, when you're going to propose it, so we can get this project done in her district.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Robinson, if that's the case, would you mind withdrawing your resolution for the time being, and we'll either take it up in an executive or from the floor this evening? Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson, for always being flexible. Yes, Chief Ford.
I would just put context around your considerations. The CIP budget that we presented to you is currently, for GO bond funding, is at its max. So if we don't use some other type of unrestricted funding, you would have to cut money from the GO bond funding projects that have been presented to you.
But as you're looking at this, Manny's got a long-term plan. So we're in that plan next year, the year after, is this segment of road. That's what we're asking for. Yeah. Where definitively it's going to come to us, that's what we want.
We'll powwow. Well, let's powwow. All right. Trying to keep this. We got 7 minutes left, and we got one more resolution. And don't leave, Antonio, because I want to talk to you too. Yeah, let's. Well, I don't want to run out of time. I want to keep us on schedule, and I think I'd like for you, honestly, to talk to Councilwoman Robinson privately first, make sure she's comfortable, and then we can brief the council at the appropriate time. The final resolution is a resolution to amend the proposed fiscal year capital improvement budget by appropriating $1.5 million to Parks and Public Services, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Is there a motion and a second to hear this item? Moved by Easter Thomas, seconded by Johnson. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. So what I want to do, taking it back to the resolution that I wanted to amend but was withdrawn for later for executive, which was resolution to amend City of Memphis FY24 budget from Smiley and Johnson about parks operating budget. Two of my line items, well, actually three, would be going to Memphis Parks CIP. So what I wanted to do, with the support of the makers of their resolution, I want to amend this when it comes later and add my parks request on to that one. And instead of, as it says on the one that Mr. Backus just passed out, instead of it coming from Memphis Parks cover line, instead it can come from general fund, which we should have $600,000 back in, since 10 minutes ago we just put it back in from the feasibility study because we put that money into GVille. And if you shaking your head, so if not, how did $600,000 disappear in 10 minutes?
I'm shaking my head because it was based on a cut to executive budget.
Yeah, that was restored back.
That was concerned from administration perspective. That's why I'm shaking my head. Sorry.
Okay, well, $250,000 of that is about green law community support, which was heavily supported by the community, to be able to have individuals and organizations operating Green Law Community Center instead of a juvenile detention center. So if that's the one, if we cutting it, I would propose that that would still be a good use of their professional services line for that, since there is no other staff in Green Law doing anything for the community, and since the community does not want to see it as a juvenile detention center.
May I respond? Mm-hmm. We are definitely in support of Green Law having the staff that's needed, and we see a path forward for that with the resolution that was presented, where the forgot how many millions going to parks.
So we've got
That-
2.3 million in operating dollars.
But that's not included. Mine is not included in that. I'm now asking that it be included from the makers of the resolution. That's what I was asking for those makers.
Yeah, so I think I got it. Let me. Sorry, I didn't want to. Yeah. Okay.
It may help. So what I'm asking is that take back to Smiley and Johnson's resolution that they just had 15 minutes ago. It has 2.3.
You don't need the resolution. You can go ahead and amend. You can move to amend it. So here's what I would suggest.
Okay.
You don't have to join their resolution. You can go ahead and still make your motions through your resolution right now. My only response to you is green law. This is just Chase personally. Green law coming from the operating tell me about the green law. Can you expound on that as far as what you're wanting that money to do for green law?
So currently Green Law Community Center is occupied by MPD for COPS programming.
Okay.
However, we had a big community discussion and feedback that I don't think anybody missed about how they did not support any type of juvenile detention activities, which were said to be the intention of Green Law. As a move towards a solution and resolution for the community, also keep in mind that there are not more than one dedicated staff member in the community center to offer anything. Having funds that are set aside for community organizations and institutions, whether it be counseling, whether it be basketball, whether it be whomever wants to offer services in Green Law for Green Law residents, be able to have their support through this $250,000 funding.
All right. I hear you. Okay, so I get that. So I would tell you that, yes, I would support that going from GEO bond funding to earmarking a portion of the $2.3 million for parks, which is also community centers, et cetera. I think that would be the best place to do that. The Douglas Park.
So the Douglas Park barricades, that was initially going to come from Memphis Park's cover lines, but
I would prefer it stay coming from the cover line because it's infrastructure and GEO bonds are specifically dedicated to
that's
doing
fine.
that.
I was just asking about amendments because if we had $600,000 that we put back into general funds, that's where that money was going to come from instead of coming from cover line, which we could also use to many of our parks community centers that need it.
Totally. And I guess my big thing that after having spent more time than I really wanted to this year, I've gotten so much more intimate in like how hard it is to find ongoing operating dollars. And so those things I think for programming are sacrosanct. And so if we're able to use GEO bonds specifically for things like infrastructure, it's my personal preference and it would be my recommendation to the council to attempt to always try and do that.
Okay.
And so because green law is programming, I think that's a very appropriate place is to earmark from the 2.311.
Well, I don't want to take it from the 2.3. I want to add it in additional. So I support what they have.
Then where are you cutting from?
That's what I just said. That 600 that we're not using for that feasibility study. If that comes from M&S, then that 250 also needs to come from M&S.
It wasn't coming from M&S. It was going to come from the executive budget's personnel line, which, to be frankly honest, I didn't really run by Chief Ford and Chief Ryan because I've spent, like I said, the last 4 days and probably 15 hours combing through this budget to try and make everything work. And so that's why when Shirley was in the crowd and she saw it, she had a panic attack. The body moved that money back to fulfill their budget line item. I know you want to add to it.
So that was a cut.
It was a cut that I made that I didn't really run by anybody. Okay. And I always kind of had GVIP in my back pocket.
Okay. I thought you were running it past. So let's keep it as it says on the resolution to come from police services.
Okay. If you're the maker of the motion, that's what I'm not going to support any cuts to police services.
It's not a cut. This police are in the building. This is working alongside with police to do community outreach.
And again, I truly am trying to understand. So I guess I just don't understand then if they're already in there, it's already in their budget. What,
It's
yeah.
not in that. They said it wasn't in their budget last council meeting to do anything additional. They said there were no additional funds for anything that's happening at Greenlaw.
So what? Just to bring a little bit of clarity, I'm just gonna rewind just a little bit really quickly. So Greenlaw was being run by an outside agency, and it's come back into the fold to be run by Memphis Parks. The $250,000 is needed in operations, which would be covered by the
Nick just sent me a text saying that they've got 3 staff members for Greenlaw on the 2.3
right.
million.
In the
2.2,
yes.
yeah.
That's what I'm trying to communicate. And the 2.3 million is built in the capacity.
But that's not
to
what I'm
bring
asking
it.
for, though.
So to bring in the staff to run the community center, because the community center
That's
will
not
be
what
run
this
by.
250 is, though. Gee.
I'm getting there. I promise you. The 250 is to run the community center. Then there's programming that COPS would like to do there. The programming that COPS is doing is a part of initiatives that they already have. They're centralizing it and they're bringing focus to that community center. So there's a 250 to run it, to staff it by parks, because the community center is something that should be run by our community center experts. And then the programming and part of it is in police's budget. Is a lot of initiatives that they're doing and some additional initiatives that I believe that they're going to talk about a little bit later today about how they would program it. That's the part that's already in their budget. I hope that.
Chief Davis said that last council meeting there was no additional funding to do that, and that it was not in their budget, and that those programmings, the budget that is for the community outreach programs such as Girl Scouts and everything else that they do, is spread across and not just for Greenlaw.
I think we're saying similar things. Maybe the best would be when we have them here to talk about Greenlaw. Maybe we can get some clarity there. But the money that they're planning to use to spend is in the police. It's in their budget currently.
So at the community meeting, which was attended by over 100 individuals at Greenlaw, and was also Councilwoman Logan and Commissioner Chair Lowry and Commissioner Caswell, to name a few folks who were there to talk back and forth with folks. It was said that there are services,
I was joking. I said, does that mean the county's going to help fund something?
it was said that there are services and needs that need to happen. It was said that there are services and needs that needed to happen in the community center that the community was wanting, and that would not come, not repairs, needs and services by individuals and organizations that they don't have access to, because the other community center in this neighborhood is also not staffed by Memphis Parks. They have a nonprofit organization in there too, at Bickford, and in Bickford Pool, which is also not open on the weekends, is also about 2 miles away. So this community, which has not seen a Parks operated community center since over before I was in council, because I think Ma'am was there first, needing to be able to support community-led initiatives that serve the Greenlaw community, especially since Chief Davis assured us at last public safety meeting, and we'll ask her again today, that there was no additional funding being used or utilized for specifically any type of programming at Greenlaw. So this $250 is a one-time act of helping individuals and organizations get support into Greenlaw for Greenlaw neighbors. It would have to go towards Memphis Park CIP to be able to get that funding distributed, not in a grant, but to have those things paid for. But I have it on here. It's coming from police services, since those are the individuals that are there. But as Chief Davis said last council meeting, there was no additional funding, because I asked that because of the lack of staff there. So this resolution is still standing as Greenlaw Park and Community Center, GO bonds, $250,000 to come from police services to Greenlaw Park and Community Center. And also Douglas Park barricades, we can move that, our exit, that be amended towards Smiley and Johnson's and Swearingen Washington's resolution.
Not the cover line. So
Not
remember,
the cover line.
Yeah, Greenlaw can't be geo bonds because you're asking for programming, right?
Right.
Yeah, so that's got to be operating dollars. So that's got to
That's
go.
fine.
It has to be. The question is, where do you want the source to be?
That can come from operating dollars out of police services.
Okay. All right, Councilman Warren.
Mr. Chair, we're taking a whole bunch of stuff, from parks as we're doing this, and I think it might be beneficial if we have Mr. Walker to bounce some of this stuff off of. And I've just been texting him since I'm the chair of that parks committee, thinking that it might be wise if he could come, and he said he can make it here after lunch. So if we could adjourn and maybe come back after lunch and continue this discussion, I think we'd probably get through it a lot quicker and also be able to have it more accurate as we move forward. So I move that we adjourn.
We're gonna recess.
Yeah, recess.
So the budget committee, does anybody have an issue with that? Okay, so the budget committee is gonna recess. I got public safety at, what time can Nick make it down here? Somebody, after lunch, what does lunch mean? I mean, it's.
Well, 12:30, so it's 11:30 now. Let's say we meet back at 12:15.
Okay, so the budget committee is gonna recess until 12:15 without objection. We're in recess. All right, everyone, we're going to come back into session here. Well, you're the first up. That's why we're waiting. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. We are going to come back in from recess for the budget committee. I hope everybody enjoyed I think we had beef stew in the back in the middle of June. Not sure whose call that was.
It was all right.
Ate in a parka. I guess the idea was to mentally feel like it's cooler out than it's supposed to be. All right. We are going to revisit a resolution from Easter Thomas first. Councilwoman, hold on. Was it on the floor already? Were we in the middle of debating it? Yeah, okay. All right. So thank you. So what is on the floor right now and is still on the floor for debate is item number 5, resolution to amend the proposed fiscal year 24 capital improvement budget by appropriating $1.5 million to parks and public services, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. It's been a quick hour, so I'm going to kick it back to you, Councilwoman.
It's been an hour? Oh,
about an hour.
Okay, so if you look, hopefully we all still hit a resolution. If you look on it, I'm going to remove the line item that says for Lewis, so you can strike that out of the request. I'm also going to remove the line item that says park barricades. If you can cross that out of the request. On that one, yeah, that's right one, Rhonda. And so those 2 items, I'll be getting with parks throughout the year so that we can identify some stable, sustainable funding so that we can give the seniors, I'm gonna go through that, so that we can give the seniors who utilize the New Lewis Senior Center a facility they deserve. I think that's in cross-6 a lot of our districts, but if you've ever been over there, you know that it needs to be redone. For Green, the next line item, which is Greenlaw Park and Community Center, after discussing with Director Walker and also hearing about all the different parts moving from that big spreadsheet, what we're going to do is I'm going to change that line item amount from $250 to $100, and that's going to come out of the identified $2.3 million that we already approved out of this bigger park line spreadsheet. And just to clarify, that $100,000, so Director Walker, thankfully, has identified 2 more full-time staff for Greenlaw. And this is for media and the public listening. So now Greenlaw has 3 full-time staff because it's now actually going to be run by Parks. Thank you, because it's been a while for that. And so Memphis Police Department has not stopped anything they're doing in there. You all can still utilize it for cops programming, but the official running of the facility is going to be under Parks, which I think is what all community members wanted. So thank you, Director Walker, for that. And however, that $100,000 is still needed to ensure that community organizations and individuals are being able to provide targeted and focused services for folks in that area at Greenlaw Community Center. Since this place has not been under the utilization of Memphis Park Services for a long time, it's really going to take some directed programming to ensure that individuals from the community know they can actually go there for what they need. So that $100,000 isn't in addition to anything. It's coming from that 2.3 number. Questions on it? It's 100,000, not 250. All right. And then also on the next page, the last thing. So, Chief, is Attorney Sink here? No. So Chief Ryan, I also have on here $250,000 for Chelsea flood wall coverings. Director, can that go in the Parks cover line? Come from Parks cover line?
For Chelsea, I don't think I see it in the second page.
Second page. So Chief Ford, Chief Ryan, is that
What is the?
that's
would you
okay to
mind
come from
talking?
Parks? So okay. Brian passed out a newer one. So the Chelsea flood walls were one of the our community likes to say victims of the Paint Memphis event that happened years ago. And now it's currently a permission wall. And so what that means is that individuals can go and paint over and paint over and paint over and tag, and really, it's a horrible eyesore to the community that we've been dealing with for before I was in office. And so every week, I think I get a couple calls and text messages about how can we remove these things from our backyards and our front yards. It's along Chelsea. It's where the proposed Chelsea Green Line is proposed to be from the Accelerate Memphis projects. And it is filled with not even tasteful, it's not community art, it's like tagging, permissible tagging. And so in a couple meetings with UAC, Urban Art Commission, and Attorney Sink, we are outlining a plan to, one, contact all of the artists with the new federal law that is, contact all the artists to get their permission to remove it or cover it. And at this point, we're just trying to clean it. And so not really identify someone to paint, but to just get it off of there. I encourage you at any point, if you get free time, to go down Chelsea between Evergreen and Watkins. There are demonic ghouls on there, ghosts, tagging, things talking about stuff all across Memphis that nobody would want to look at. I stay close to the area and I don't even drive that way sometimes if I can help it, because I don't like looking at it. And it's on both sides. And so that money would be to clean that wall after Attorney Sink, and if she's, moving to MLGW, that's a later agenda item. But her office to be able to get those permissions so we can get the artist permission to actually remove that art. So that takes time and funds. But it's been there for so long that it just needs to be fixed now. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, I'm going to recap this to make sure that I get it, and
Okay.
then maybe some few questions. So we're going to say this for everybody too, and correct me if I screw this up, because this is the point. We are striking, and we'll strike the appropriate language to match, but we are striking New Lewis Senior Center.
Yes.
We are striking Douglas Park barricades. This is, and by the way, when I say striking, just from this resolution, it's not to the public. It's not that it's going away. We are reducing the Green Law Park and Community Center from $250,000 to $100,000, and its source of fundings is the park's operational line.
Correct.
And then the Chelsea flood walls is no longer coming from Public Works. It's going to come from the park's GeoBond cover line.
Correct.
Okay. And I think
If that's possible.
Well, I think it's a permissible use. I mean, city-owned property. I don't know.
Either one, parks or
But the question is
Public
whether
Works.
it fits capital expenditure versus that's going to be the trick.
That's a question for painting over it and all of that. These dollars can go towards that, but I know that there is this whole process that you explained that they're still going through. These dollars wouldn't be used for that, to identify artists and all of that. It would just be for the removal once they were able to
Once the
move
approval.
forward.
Yeah, let's just earmark it, and if there's a legal issue, we'll figure it out, and we'll just have to we'll have to figure it out. But might as well earmark it out of the cover line for now, and then if there is some sort of technical funding issue, we can. Hello, Director Walker.
So the other question I would have is whether you would want to take $250,000, which is used to maintain parks, to address a right-of-way issue.
Well, look, I mean, again, I actually think it could be
It's not a right. I don't see it as a right. Go ahead.
No, well, I mean, go ahead. It's your
I was
resolution.
gonna say I don't see it as a right of way, especially if we're intending on that area to be a green space. So it's not. You can still walk on the sidewalk beside it, and it's not in the street. But we can't take the flood wall down because of obvious reasons. It was erected during WPA.
Well, it sounds like you were on kind of a way, and maybe actually, you know what? Maybe a way to do this. Bear with me here. Maybe a way to do this is to utilize the Public Service Corps and their funding mechanism versus Parks Cover Line, and they could even be the group that could help take it down, like to clean it off.
Is there identified funding in public service corps?
The answer is yes. We got 2 buckets. ARPA still has a line item for that. And I'm sorry, can I ask you just this? I assume this was kind of an order of magnitude cost, and we have to dig into. Say that again now.
I would say more like an up to. That's what we were just talking about.
An up to?
It costs $250,000.
Yeah, but I got it. I mean, she just wants to make sure it's complete.
Yeah.
I would tell
And it's
you-
not painted, it's the removal of the paint.
Well, that's what I mean.
Who was it? Director Connect didn't identify, but we don't want to say a paint to paint it because that's the issue now because everybody just came and painted it. We just want to remove the paint.
Can I ask a favor? Can we take this out for now, vote on your resolution, and then bring the Chelsea flood walls back in executive? So here we go.
To separate it and bring flood walls back.
Bring
in
the flood walls back.
executive.
Or tell you what, let's just go ahead and vote it. That way we don't have to go through the hot mess, and it may get amended if we can find a better funding source that you're comfortable with. Because I think this Public Service Corps might be a better, either Public Works or Public Service Corps seems more appropriate. Because I hear what Nick's saying. He's like, I'd rather go fix a playground swing than use that with that same money. And if we can find an identified source, and honestly, I think it's probably a good project for Public Service Corps.
And even urban arts may be able to do something with that.
Yeah.
We had Urban Art Commission on the call, and they're not being involved in that. They're helping us identify the artists to get their permission.
Okay.
But they said the whole issue was that on how Paint Memphis used to function.
Understand.
Yeah.
I'm happy to come back in executive with
Or
the
even
funding
from the
source.
floor, yeah.
I think what you've presented are some good options. There's one other place in my mind. I know we remove graffiti and things like that all the
Right.
time in general services. So
where's Antonio?
I did not suggest general services.
Yeah, but look, I think to the point, if there is I mean, Nick makes a great. I hear the councilwoman.
That's fine. I just put, like we did earlier, I just put it out there because if you don't want that money taken, that means we'll find some other one somewhere.
That's right. That's fair. Okay. Then let's do this. I'm sorry, Councilman Warren.
Thank you. And I want to make sure I understand this. So this is an area that Paint Memphis had got artists to paint, okay? And people in the community don't like what they painted, and you're wanting that removed.
Correct. The
Okay.
same way that I think it was Orange Mound was at the Lamar area, somewhere
Yeah.
underneath that. So it was the same year, but that area got removed, and then that let us know it was a federal law that you had to get permission from the artist. And
So how is this different then?
we're getting permission from the artist.
So if we do get permission from the artist, so I guess my question is, if we just remove it and we don't have the artist, another artist come back and paint something the community might like, what's going to stop that from just becoming graffiti? You know,
As someone who grew up in the area, before we had Paint Memphis, it wasn't graffiti on there. It was just a plain wall.
Yeah.
I've got the money.
All right.
Yeah,
Very
found the
good.
money.
Thank you very much.
All right. Unless you've got a better one by 3:30 / probably 9 o'clock tonight. This is the
1
Councilwoman
o'clock in the morning.
Eastrom. There, so we earmarked $387,035 in ARPA. Wait a minute. Did you? Oh, you did balance it out. Never mind. I didn't find the money. We already spent it. So but we also still have the community services. So we do have a line item that has a surplus, but it's got a lot of things like Safe Summer, Family Fun Night, and Shell on Wheels. So I want to hang tight. But I've got a back pocket option if you don't come up with something that you like, Chief Ryan. So I'm just trying to think of the best way to do this, whether to pass, because I don't want people to vote no or abstain because they don't like the cover line idea. Because I think everybody's supportive of this. It's just finding the appropriate source. May I make a suggestion or a friendly amendment is to say, so we've figured out green law, and then on the flood walls, can we just until later have it as a, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Unallocated, it's a, we'll earmark money, but we don't have a source of funding, and the term for that is It's an unfunded. No, it's an unfunded mandate. It's an unfunded mandate, is what it is. Yeah. Don't make me start messing with the operating budget because I'll do it. It basically would be an unfunded mandate, and then if not, we will attach the source of fundings tonight. You have my word. Yeah, exactly. That way, people that are, if there is anybody up here that is uncomfortable about the parks cover line, they don't have to abstain or vote no on this for that reason. And then if we don't identify the source of funding tonight, we will assign that source of funding. And anybody that objects, let's just say it is parks cover line, they can then vote no at that time. But this way we can go ahead and get this thing going.
Okay.
That works for
yeah,
you.
I think we can be able to find something by this
Okay.
evening.
All right, guys. So I'm gonna we're gonna get this amended. Yeah, yeah, Chief. Yeah. No. All the way into that microphone. Well, and here's the deal. This is not same 9 minutes because this can go after the budget gets passed anyway. It can go. We can go ahead and get this squared away today, and I want to do that. But I'm saying it doesn't. Yeah, we got
let's
time.
do same night minutes.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. On a mechanical standpoint, we got to pass the budget tonight first before we can start. That may be the kicker. Do you want to explain that really quickly?
Good afternoon, Council. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer. You cannot amend a budget that hasn't been adopted and approved. So a resolution to amend the FY24 budget cannot be effective as a valid document until after you have adopted and approved an FY24 budget.
So long story short, I think the best way to do that is, again, this will get, I know.
So that means all the ones that we're doing right now aren't coming until after the budget's adopted and
It
approved?
is my understanding that the
last
items
four.
that we have discussed and have added here are to be incorporated in the budget ordinance for this afternoon's vote and approval.
And then what we're going to do is add to your language to incorporate those changes into this master document. So we can do that. All right.
You're saying, Chief Ford, that amend doesn't need to be in the caption.
Correct, because you're not,
So
there's
just
nothing to
incorporate,
amend.
not amend.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So, teammates, just to clarify what we are about to vote on to incorporate into the master budget document is, and again, Councilwoman, if I mess this up, say something, please. All right. You are voting yes or no to incorporate in $100,000 into the parks operations budget for Greenlaw Park and Community Center, and an unfunded mandate for $250,000 for Chelsea Avenue flood wall art. What do you want to call art removal project? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
The chair is an aye. That is something and something. And you got one abstention? Two noes and an abstention. This goes downstairs incorporated as a favorable amendment to the current master document.
Quick question on the walls. When do we anticipate hearing back from the artists on whether they're going to allow us to remove their art or not?
Sponsor.
We just had a meeting, what was it, last Thursday, between Attorney Sink and Urban Art Commission. And I think Arts Memphis, on them combining all of the artists who were actually commissioned and then reaching out. Attorney Sink will talk about that. She said we should have by before the fall.
Is any of the money going to compensate them for their removal artwork? So it's just going for their, so they basically have to give permission and their arts. Okay.
Yeah, nobody gets compensated.
Right. If I were an artist, I'd say no.
Nobody gets compensated when you don't consult the community before you come doing stuff on their property.
Okay, that's discussion for another time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Look, guys, all fair questions. Again, I think it's just trying to make sure that if and when this occurs, that the money's in the budget for it. And I think that's a reasonable ask. All right, our last and certainly not least incorporation document I'm going to turn over to Vice Chairman Smiley. You should be getting a document in front of you now. Some of this we've discussed, but Vice Chairman, take it away.
Everything that I said last time, and I so moved.
I'll second that. We talked about all of these. I think the one that I'll point out.
Oh yeah, I can talk.
Yeah, please.
All right, so I think there's one in particular that I need to talk about. Is Human Resources Office of EDI. The line item, particularly in which the fund would come from, is Human Resources Operating Budget, materials and materials and supplies line item. There is also an allocation that's already included. Talked about, investing in the Bellevue Tennis Court that's been, I guess, forgot about for at least several years now. And everything else is, just more funding for parks. We spend a lot of time talking about investing in our youth, and Councilman Jones said we may not be in the education business, but we are in the business of supporting our youth. And hopefully, every member of this body supports our youth and supports this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Logan.
Thank you. I definitely support this and think it's awesome. I had a quick question about the study for the park in Magnolia Castelia. Would that not be included in their study? The one, the grand audit that
The capital assessment.
Yeah.
FARs.
I mean, that's a very good question. I think when we first discussed the study doing the budget wrap, I think it was the budget wrapper portion, it was indicated that it would cost about $25,000 to do a study. I think that was in addition to what they were already doing. I could be mistaken.
Yeah, because I think it's the same one. We had one down for the Raleigh Community Center, and he said, well,
So this is an Antonio Bailey.
I mean,
you guys are,
staff has told me I was loud and wrong before. So.
Yeah, hold on. So
Mayor particularly.
So
I could be loud and wrong.
There he is. There's my guy.
Director,
So
chief and director.
Yeah. So as chief director, yeah, Adams is making his way up here. Just to remind everybody, to Councilwoman's, to give context, the city is going through a full capital assessments, facility assessment reports, what I call them, FAR. Or property condition report. And the question before the body was to Chief Director, is the park at Magnolia and Castelia included in that, or is it separate because it's not a facility, so to speak, like a community center?
So the park itself is not included, only facilities, buildings, and structures. So the park itself is not included in the assessment itself.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan?
Okay, so the study for the park, the reason why I asked is because when I had the study for the Raleigh Community Center on there, it was $25,000. You had said, you and Chief Ford said that we didn't need to have that in there because you were assessing all of them and whether there should be a park, what to do with it, where there should be one, or did I misunderstand?
So, yes, ma'am, I think you misunderstood. What I am doing is a facility conditions assessment. So the facility itself is a building or a structure. We're not assessing the park itself, the park complex.
Right, so to the point, like, again, if you recall last time we talked about this, is you have a community center, you go in, you say, is it in the right spot? Has the neighborhood moved away? And either way, if it's in the right spot, how old is the building? How old is the roof? Like, what needs to be replaced and the total cost of that stuff versus, and when you would need to do that work over. And usually it's like immediately 2 years, 5 years.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Today is June 27th. It is 1:08, and the Public Safety Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Mr. Wilson, please call the roll.
Councilman Jones? Here. Councilman Morgan? Here. Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington?
Present.
Councilman Warren? Present. Councilman Canale? Here. Councilwoman Johnson? And Chair Logan?
Present. Thank you. Colleagues, we have two items on the agenda. The first item is an update on drag racing in the city of Memphis from the Memphis Police Department, requested by Councilman Canale. If you would give us your name and address, and you may be recognized. Well, before you do that, I'd like to acknowledge Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After MPD goes through the drag racing, I would like to introduce two gentlemen from Tennessee Highway Patrol.
Okay.
But they can go ahead first.
All right. All
Thank
right. Chief Davis, if you would, if you all just give us your name and address, you are recognized.
Absolutely. Chief C.J. Davis, 170 North Main Street.
Don Crow, Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main.
Deputy Chief Sam Hines, 170 North Main.
Y'all may go right ahead.
Okay. DC Hines is going to lead us in this presentation.
All right. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Council. What I'd like to do, if we get the slide up, or you can look on the handouts that you may have in front of you. I want to look at the year-to-date stats on the arrests for drag racing. First, I'll just bring the point. We have 3 TCA codes here. So the 5510-501 deals specifically with the drag racing, and 502 deals with accident involving damage to vehicles, and 205 is the reckless driving. So all 3 of those are the ones that we're focusing on here for the arrests year to date. If you look at year to date in 22, at this time we had 388 reckless driving arrests total when you add the drag racing and the reckless driving. Year to date for 2023, we're at 242 total. For the adult driving, was 6 drag racing and 236 reckless driving, for a total of 242. We did see an increase in the reckless driving arrests for juveniles. I would equate that to we've seen the juveniles in more stolen cars. Obviously, we've had an increase in the stolen cars for this year, year to date. So I think that's where you see the increase in the juvenile arrests. If we kind of look over to the right-hand corner, if we look at the months up top in the right-hand corner from January to June, we kind of look at the consistency of the arrests that we've made with drag racing and reckless driving. Year to date, what we have seen is a decrease in the arrests of the reckless driving. It's down 34%, and in the total for the reckless driving, we're down 37%. That was 146 arrests less than we had this time last year. Would like to say that in that particular area, I think we have seen less car takeovers. They still exist, but I think we have seen less. So we've had less arrests. I would like to think from last year to this time this year that we have arrested some of the offenders that was leading these car takeovers, and we've seen less arrests in it this year. But also what's important to mention with this that has helped pull the arrest number down and hopefully stop some of the car takeovers is that we've had the assistance of THP in the area. That has been significant. They've been in on the interstates as well as in the communities. Also, we created the unit STU, which is Special Traffic Enforcement Unit. They are on the interstates, and when we get requests for particular areas that we see an increase in traffic problems, we will direct them to those particular areas. So we added 10 officers to create that particular unit. Also is a motorcycle unit. We increased that number by 9, so we have a total of 17 motorcycles at this time that is riding in the city and focusing in the neighborhoods, school zones, and other areas that we have traffic problems. So we would like to take into account those added units, help with THP, and Shelby County have helped us to deter some of this. We still have work to do, but our arrests are down, and I think that's a good start. Pending any of your questions.
Thank you. We want to recognize who have joined us, Councilman Robinson. Okay, and Councilman Morgan. Councilman Morgan, you are recognizing the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think everybody's seen at least one episode of Law and Order where it's the police responsibility to investigate and make arrests, and then you hand it over to the DA to prosecute the crime. We had this presentation a little over a year ago, and so my memory might be a little fuzzy, but yeah, I think, or maybe it was a year and a half, it may have been 2021, where it was over 800 arrests for reckless driving, but the shocking statistic was how many were null processed, that weren't even prosecuted, not dismissed. I mean, before they even got to that, they were just null processed. I think it was over 90%. That doesn't, y'all can do 1,000 arrests on reckless driving, but then it's not the citizen, who cares about the whole process is kind of getting, I think, the short end of it on the prosecutory side. What is from y'all's estimation, where do we stand now? Are these cases, these arrests that are being made, 242 so far today, are they being prosecuted and convicted, or at least pled out? Or are they that same high rate of 90%, never even seen a courtroom?
Chief Davis, did you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you. Yes. I'll just start out by saying that we're happy about the reductions, for one thing, that we haven't had to arrest as many people, but at the same time, we are working really closely with the DA's office to really have more of a contact with an ADA on our cases that will help walk our cases through. Not only that, we have a couple of new legal advisors that are working with the Memphis Police Department who came out of the DA's office, and they are working on our team to ensure that our cases are sound and that that we have the level of support that we need in order to carry those cases through.
What's the number one thing that our cases are missing that they need to see more of in order to prosecute?
Typically on reckless driving, and the team can add to it, but typically on reckless driving, you really need sound evidence. And sometimes the evidence is more than just the officer saying that this person was driving recklessly, being able to articulate it, being able to even have video footage of it on the reckless driving, or witnesses that are willing to say that I saw this individual, this person cut me off as well. So sometimes it takes more than just the officer witnessing on the reckless driving cases, and Chief Crow and Deputy Chief Hines can add into that. It's a number of different variables that come into play. But we're trying to ensure that we have all the elements of the crime that the TCA code says that we need in order to present it in the first place.
Okay, so if an officer witnesses someone reckless driving, pulls them over, that's no longer being prosecuted because it wasn't good enough in terms of evidence. That's when there's a disconnect somewhere, and I'm trying to figure it out without doing one of these. If it's on our end and we'll do a little better, that's we'll figure it out, and I want to work through that. But for some reason, that's not good enough. I'd say that's on the DA or the ADAs.
And sometimes the officer just articulating or having the actual facts or the elements of the crime in that narrative is really important in the citation. And to be able to articulate that what they witnessed was in fact a crime being committed. So it's not 100%, council member, as you know, is what I'm saying. That the officer's articulation sometimes is not 100% enough. Sometimes there are other factors that need to support it. Chief Hines, you could probably add to that from an operational standpoint.
Yes, Councilman Moore, what I would add with that, some of these have other charges with them as well, so they should be prosecuted. Some of these end up come from pursuits. Some of these come from, motor vehicle theft, where we arrested that individual who was trying to escape, and it ended up in a pursuit as far as the reckless driving is concerned, but there was in a stolen car and other things. So a lot of times there are other charges to go with that should give us a good prosecution.
Okay. Offhand, do we know of these 242, how many of them are standalone reckless driving charges that aren't attached to,
I don't
additional
have it,
felonies?
I don't have it broken down into that amount.
We can get that data, for you.
And then also of those 242, how many of them are charges against individuals that fled and we did not pursue, or we failed to pursue, and then we came back and charged them later because we were able to identify the car or through cameras or whatever? Because, I mean, that's also been an ongoing conversation that if people, they don't even have to speed away. If they just continue to drive away, we won't pursue them unless there's a, violent felony involved. But we've been told that we'll always go back and we'll try to, prosecute them for that. So how many of these arrests are actually for people that we came back to at a later date in time?
I think that would be a number that we probably will have to get back with you on as well. But keep in mind, a lot of times when they flee away, those tags are bogus. Those tags are stolen. And a lot of time it's in the stolen vehicle itself.
Yeah. That's why I don't want them to flee away. I want them to be pursued and caught in the act behind the wheel, and then we get a good prosecution against them, because if they do get away, honestly, we're not making cases against them. They're gone, and they know that, and so now they have an incentive to keep going. We're only arresting the people that are willing to comply, and that's not my preference. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like a couple of those numbers if y'all can get back to me on that. Thank you.
Let the record show that we have been joined by Councilman Ford and Councilman Covette. At this time, Councilman Canali, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What's the current year-to-date number of auto thefts?
7,700, and I forget the last two digits, so a little over 7,700.
And you have the current number of carjacking?
I do not have that.
Okay.
Answer.
All right. 70 sets. It's astounding. It's almost hard to believe it's true. Thank you to MPD. You continue to show us that you are dedicated public servants and continue to risk your lives to protect to protect Memphis each and every day. You are doing amazing work. I know it's got to be demoralizing to all of our officers to make arrests and put your life on the line only to see those criminals back out on the streets within 24 to 48 hours. And so often they're reoffending. So all that about people out on bail don't reoffend is just total nonsense. So thank you for what you're doing. Please continue to work to drive down these reckless driving numbers. At this time, I'd like to introduce the two gentlemen, Captain Joe Terry and Administrative Lieutenant Bruce McCarley from THP, to talk about. Or do you? All right, you go ahead and finish the questions and then come up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman.
I have a question. You had a program out there where you were giving away, was it car locks? How did that work, and did you think it had any impact on saving any cars from actually being stolen?
We think it was very successful because we have actually had incidents where individuals' windows were broken into and the suspect was not able to get the car because of the steering wheel lock that was in that vehicle. We are still giving out steering wheel locks, and our community members, especially those that have the vehicles that are attractive to car thieves, we're making sure that we get out to them and let them know that a steering wheel lock, unfortunately, is sort of an antiquated device. Who thought we would go back to clubs, but they actually work. At least until technology changes, in modern day vehicles, it has been very supportive. And to tell you the truth, I think it has instilled a sense of security, a little bit more security with community members that have them and are actually using them.
And where can they pick up these clubs?
They can go to the precincts, and we have requested a couple thousand more from dealerships. So we should be getting another supply of steering wheel locks. But most of our precincts still have steering wheel locks for individuals that want to go by the precinct and pick them up.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's some useful information because we can do what we can do in regards to helping in this issue. Yes. And if it's free, we really need to take advantage of it.
Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Let the record show that Councilman Smiley has joined us. And now we are going to have the Councilman Canale. You can go
Thank you,
ahead.
Madam Chair. Yeah, Captain Joe Terry from THP, and with him is Lieutenant Bruce McCarley. And gentlemen, if you'd come up to the microphone for just a minute, I just want to introduce you and say welcome and thank you for being here today, and thank you for being in the city of Memphis. It's been a welcome response all across the city, just your presence.
If you would give us your name and address, and you all will be recognized.
Captain Joe Terry, 634 Captain Joe Terry, 6348 Summer Avenue, Memphis.
Lieutenant Bruce McCarley, 6348 Summer Avenue, Memphis.
Captain Terry, will you tell the council how many currently we have assigned to Memphis, Shelby County, but then also how many roll in from other counties to assist on a daily basis? And then if you'll briefly discuss how that you are moving through each district and going from the Memphis City streets to the interstate system. But again, your presence has been a welcome sight. I've gotten so much positive feedback just from seeing your presence on the roadways, from people that are senior citizens that are scared to get out and drive because they're afraid they're going to get absolutely run over, to people with young kids that are just beginning driving. Seeing more presence of law enforcement cracking down on people not obeying our traffic laws has been a huge, the proof is in the numbers, and I think it will continue as we get more and more THP officers assigned to Memphis. So thank you again for being here today. You are much appreciated.
Thank you. Currently, we have 13 troopers assigned to Memphis at this time. Right now, we have additional troopers coming in from different from the Jackson district to assist us also. So any given day, you're looking at anywhere from 20 to 30 troopers on the road right now inside of Memphis assisting. They still having classes going on right now as we speak. Hopefully we'll get more troopers here. We just had 2 graduated, but they're in the district, but they're not assigned to Shelby County. So we still working on that, and we're hoping with the money, the raise, it'll help bring more people in. We moved from precinct to precinct, probably work 2 days each, then get back on the interstate, I-240, I-40, and just move around the city of Memphis to assist, Memphis with the drag racing, fatalities, aggressive driving, everything.
That's all I have, Madam Chair. If anybody else has any questions for THP. Thank you again, gentlemen.
Council members, anyone will be recognized? Councilman Warren?
What has you're at 13 now. What were you at before you had this sort of input of people coming in? How many people did we normally have in Memphis?
Normally, I was over Shelby County back in 2017. We had like 5 troopers.
Just 5. So that's more than double.
Yes.
So that's great. Thank you.
Yes.
And I'd add too that the Memphis Police Department and Captain Terry and I have communicated, but we are grateful for the presence and the fact that they came through with the commitment that they gave us last year, that when they graduated a class, that they would send more to our area. To have them on the interstates helps frees our officers up to do other work, and it has been a noticeable support and augmentation of our work. So thank you again, Captain, and your team.
Thank you also.
Awesome. For those of us that have state streets in our district as a major thoroughfare like Austin P and Germantown Parkway, I greatly appreciate you being there. I know you mentioned the interstates, but how do you all cover those areas? Or do you cover those?
We still do. We don't put, like, we might have like, say, like just say the task force going on today, we might have like 20 troopers out in the community, you know, like just say working Hacks Crossing area. And we still have troopers out on the interstate working also. We don't just send everybody down. We might have like 2 on I-40, you know, maybe 1 on I-240, you know, so we just move the manpower around. And then we have a day where everybody's out there on I-240 or I-40.
Okay, so those state streets that are inside the district, you do cover those?
We cover those as well, yes. Along with, you know, Shelby County and Memphis PD, we all in those areas.
Awesome. Sounds good. Well, thank you. Is there anyone else? We appreciate you all being here. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chief Davis, for that. Next, we have a discussion on the Greenlaw Community Center. I need to get Greenlaw Community Center and the Community Outreach Program COPS unit requested by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. I don't see her.
So, well, I guess we'll go ahead and give just a brief update. We've had a bit of a discussion and several discussions about the future of Greenlaw, working with the administration and Parks and Recreation as well. We plan to continue to have meetings and discussions about ensuring that Parks and Recreation programming continues and the Memphis Police Department's existing COPS program continue to support. This is sort of a hybrid, you know, kind of a relationship, a collaborative between 2 departments in the city, and we sincerely hope that we meet the expectations of the community in that area as well.
Okay. Oh, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief Davis. Can you kind of speak to, because this is new news for the community, so can you kind of speak to the reasoning behind it? And I don't know if Parks wants to come and support that with any verbiage or anything, but can you just speak to the reason for the change? Not that it's a bad change, but just speak to the reasoning so folks listening can get an understanding.
So we've had several conversations internally about our police athletic league and the fact that our police athletic league served a number of young people in our communities. One of the challenges that we've always had is identifying space for those programs and to serve those children. And also the fact that the Memphis Police Department's COPS unit was sort of fragmented. The colonel was in one spot, other people were situated in different areas of the city, and there wasn't appropriate oversight so that we could have consistency with the program in every community around the city. This was a facility that had been underutilized for many years and literally just sitting there. And I actually approached Parks and Recreation and with the assistance of our general service lead to look at the location because it was basically kind of locked down and in disrepair, and asked would it be possible, since a ma'am had moved out, for us to utilize that facility and to bring our programs into under one umbrella and really help support the one person that was over at Greenlaw to assist in whatever programs that person was currently leading. And there were after school programs, I believe, here and there. The individual, the parks representative, really didn't have any staff, but was able to open up the facility from time to time and serve in different ways. I think there was an elderly senior sort of program that he supported as well. Our effort was really just to help to continue those programs and also offer other programs that we currently have in the Memphis Police Department. So this was a budget neutral sort of endeavor. It didn't cost us anything because our COPS programs have been funded for years in the police department. The salaries are already funded. It was just sort of a common sense and really a fiscally prudent opportunity to collaborate more with another department and help them out as well.
And thank you for that. And can you speak to, you or Walker, speak to the now change of you all not being in charge of the maintenance and facility at Greenlaw?
So, Nick, if you want to.
Just to give a whole clear picture for the city.
If you could give us your name and address.
Sure. Nick Walker, Parks Director, City of Memphis, 2599 Avery Avenue. Yeah, so I think this is just for some context for everybody. Last summer, Memphis Athletic Ministries, which operated 4 facilities for the city of Memphis for an extended period of time, had gone through some leadership change and some funding struggles, and also just operationally decided they no longer wanted to operate 4 facilities for the city of Memphis. The city at that point decided that one of the properties, Hamilton, which is physically inside of Hamilton High School, we would give that back to Memphis Shelby County Schools. We are currently working through what to do with the facility in Magnolia in the Castella neighborhood. But 2 other centers, Bethel LaBelle and Greenlaw, we were sort of at a crossroads. We did not have staff for either of those facilities. And both of them had, truthfully, sort of pivoted away from the hours of operation and programming that we had in our community centers. And so when Chief Davis and her team came to us and said, this looked like a good opportunity, we moved kind of quickly. And I think after a little bit of time, it was decided that with the additional resources that Parks was seeing, thanks to the partnership with City Council in this year's budget, we could adequately staff it. So Riley is an assistant director who is actually located. Riley is the Parks representative who's currently the only city employee there. Was technically employed by another center that's currently undergoing renovations. So what we decided to do was add a director to the assistant director, which is what Riley was. He'll transition into a center director and be the center director there. Add an assistant director and a janitorial staff to that. That allows us to staff it like any other City of Memphis facility, which allows us programmatically to treat it as such. The nice thing is that we start off with a built-in partnership. As Chief Davis alluded to, being able to have a dedicated facility for a lot of the basketball and athletic programming that PALS do is great. We have a really good relationship with Officer Smith out of the Mount Moriah Station, who does football programming with PALS. So finding a way to formalize what has been an informal relationship for decades will really work well. Additionally, the type of programming that you've talked about, more community-oriented, which is a little different. A lot of the stuff we do is after school, it's summer camp, it is senior programming, those sorts of things. We do in 1 or 2 places, or not in 1 or 2 places, each community center director will try to do some of the community-oriented programming, but there's never really been a dedicated, let's find ways to bring in job resources. We talked about it, things like, it's rather difficult in the city of Memphis if there is a custody issue going on in your family or a family member suddenly comes into your life to figure out how to get your kid in school. Things like that, expungement, any of those programming, if we can find a way to get that into the center and make sure that we promote that, I think this is a great opportunity for that. So all that to say, it wasn't so much a shift as it was after a couple of months of doing this going, okay, we think we have a plan going forward from here that aligns with the vision that people in the community have and what our original intention was. And just communicating that more effectively and staffing it appropriately, I think is where we are today.
Yeah, thank you for that, because that makes it clear for the folks listening. It's a lot of Greenlaw community and Uptown community folks who are listening now on what the change that did happen and what that shift did look like. Because initially this agenda item was asking about updates of MPD activities. So being able to hear that it's now under Parks, is back under Parks as a community center should be, is good to hear. So that should be all on this item, because that's what Director Walker spoke towards. That's what that $100,000 we just voted on earlier is going to go towards. So thank you, Chair.
All right, great. I had a quick question. I was stopped by a couple of people asking. One from this area, Bigford, just getting clarity. Well, that's Parks, though. But it's Park. It kind of goes with this. But what I was wanting to ask that involved MPD was, there's a reunion, like a community class reunion that draws about thousands of people. And they were wanting to know what is the process or making sure that they were able to have a presence. Previous years, there was no problem, but they're concerned that there may be now. What do they need to do? Because generally they just call people and come. I think that they had up to 5,000 people there one year, but they want to know what do they need to do to have a presence there. And secondly, the second one was at Cypress Park. There was another one at Cypress Park.
DC Chandler, he's going to respond.
All right, so good afternoon, Steve Chandler, 170 North Main, Memphis Police Department. So what they would need to do is file a permit.
Okay.
Once they file that permit, they can specify how much resource they need from the police department, whether it involves traffic control, whether it involves additional security. We'll also coordinate with the precinct, the affected precinct, which would be North Main Station, for additional patrols so that they have a visible presence in the area as well. But once they file that permit, then we can start planning for that event so that we have a presence.
Because I don't think they've ever filed a permit. They just all come out.
Well, and that's as I say, anytime you have constituents that are talking about doing a large scale event in the park, have them call 636-4200, because what we would ask them to do is do a rental. More often than not, that's around pavilions and that type of stuff, but it also allows us, one, to make sure the park's in good shape beforehand and afterhand. And second of all, it's the second question we ask is, do you have more than 25 people? And if you do, I need you to file an assembly permit, and MPD gets notified. Like, all the proper channels get notified. We send a park ranger by to make sure everything's good before you get there. But yeah, if you're wanting to do something large in a park, I know the temptation is just roll up and do it. But if you want support, call 636-4200.
What if it's at the town center?
At the town center? That's a great question. I don't know.
No answer.
No, we're working on that. I mean, that's something that
So
the
do they need
HCD
a permit as
libraries-
well? If it's going to be more than 25 people, they need to do the same thing?
That is generally the understood in the city of Memphis. If you're going to have more than 25 folks, you need to get an assembly permit.
All right, thank y'all so much. We appreciate it. Anyone else? That's it. If no, is there any other further business before this committee? If not, this committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's time to start the Planning and Zoning Committee. May I have a roll call, please, Ms. Brown?
Councilman Canali, Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Covette, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilman Jones, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilman Warren, and Chairwoman Johnson. Councilman Canali, Chairwoman Johnson.
Present. Today we have a very short agenda in regards to planning and zoning. We have one item. It's a MJR 23-09, a major modification for conversion of a public street, Winrich Cove, to a private street. Affects District 5, Super District 9. Planning and zoning, introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Kendra Cobbs, Division of Planning and Development. This is a request to convert a public street, Whitewood Cove, to a private street, and the applicant is Lewis Smith, represented by Mr. Tim McCaskill for the Reeves firm. So this is located in East Memphis. It is south of Walnut Grove Road. And this just shows a vicinity map, a vicinity area of where the public notices were sent. And looking at the site plan, this shows Whitewood Cove, and it shows the placement of proposed gates for the closure. It's about 90 feet off of the right-of-way. And the zoning map, so the area is zoned residential single-family 10 or R10. And the land use in the area is pretty much single-family residential, other than the vacant lot that is to the west of the Whitewood Cove right-of-way. And images of the area, so this is a picture of Whitewood Cove entering off of Walnut Grove Road, looking north and south. And then another image of Whitewood Cove looking south, and you have the terminus of the right-of-way. So to conclude, the applicant is requesting to convert the public street, Whitewood Cove, to a private street. And this is a little different in what we see with street alley closures, in that Whitewood Cove is a subdivision. It was platted with the subdivision Whitewood Place, or Whitewood subdivision, which was back in 1936. And so our Unified Development Code states that you can convert a private street, or you can convert a public street to a private street just by modifying the subdivision and re-recording it. And so the applicant intends to add gates across Whitewood Cove, and that would complete the public to private street conversion. This was heard at the Land Use Control Board meeting on April 13th, 2023, and there was no objection prior to nor after the Land Use Control Board meeting, and Land Use Control Board recommended approval 7-0 on the consent agenda. So there are some conditions associated with the request, and they are from our Unified Development Code and also from Engineering and Fire. And that concludes the presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Excuse me. Councilman Warren, please.
How far off of Walnut Grove are the gates? Is that some sort of regulation that they've got to have them in by so much? And can you explain that to us?
So on the plat that we were provided, it looks like the gates would start about 90 feet off of the right-of-way, but there is, I was trying to get to the plat, but there are also requirements that, you know, it has to be spaced appropriately so that there's not a backup of traffic onto Walnut Grove Road.
Because that's a very, very busy area. So if like you had 2 or 3 people pulling in, was there enough room for 2 or 3 cars to like wait for the gate to open?
Yes, yes. That's part of the condition.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I know this area and street well. I don't think it's going to have any impact on Walnut Grove. It is inset. This only affects maybe a dozen properties, so it's not exactly a lot of traffic coming and going. There's no known opposition, and now they will pay their own costs for for paving, for solid waste, all those things, while still paying the same property taxes, and it's in unanimous support from those that are being impacted. So I hope my colleagues will support this. I think this is a pretty easy one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, not seeing any other colleagues wishing to speak. Can we get a vote on this matter? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Thank you. Did I get this item moved first? Let me back up a second.
So moved.
A second. Okay, moved by Franco Van second. Okay, Constance. Thank you.
Robinson.
Thank you.
Who are these people in front of us?
Thank you. We only have one item today, and we should be able to move this forward pretty quickly. The item is an appointment. Jennifer Sink, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, Vice President and Chief Legal Counsel, requested by the MLGW Board of Commissioners. I have, they're asked tonight for a same night minutes, and I'd like to turn over this. Thank you. It's been moved and properly seconded. I'd like to turn this over to President McGowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doug McGowan, 791 North Graham Street, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. So I'm pleased to offer Jennifer Sink as a nominee for the General Counsel and Vice President at Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. Our previous General Counsel retired in early April after years, decades of faithful service. And so we conducted a search. We had a significant number of applicants and interest. We had more than what I would call 20 Class A, top of the list, very competitive applicants. We narrowed that to a field of 6 individuals that we interviewed with the staff at MLGW to interview, and Ms. Sink came out on top as our premier choice to fill this. I'm very pleased that she has agreed to take this on. She has been integral to the decisions that this city and city council have made. She has provided wonderful advice over the last 7.5 years to Mayor Strickland, and I think also to this council. She understands importantly how impactful Memphis Light, Gas, and Water is to this community, and understands important to me how to move at the speed of business and how important processes are for us to be able to be an effective utility. So I'm very pleased to offer her. She comes with a unanimous recommendation of the Board of Commissioners as well. And so with that, I would ask for your support of Ms. Sink for this position.
Thank you, President McGowan. We have 2 council members who'd like to be recognized, Dr. Warren and then Councilman Carlisle. Wait, got one more. And Chairman Jones. Go ahead. In that order.
A couple quick questions. One, Mr. McGowan, are you planning on continuing to steal talent from the city?
Of course he does.
Councilman Warren, are you offering your talents to me, sir? So-
You don't want me to do the things I have to do here today.
Well,
But
actually, I understand the intent of your question, Councilman, but I do want to take a moment.
it was a joke, but you can talk about it.
But I do want to say, it really is it is a pleasure to say what a talented team this administration has had. I was pleased to be among them and awed every day by their skills. So we're blessed with the talent we have here, and having known many people in other cities who've struggled to have some really quality talent. She is among the very qualified and talented people that Mayor Strickland has on his staff, and that you all have assembled on the city council staff as well. So people should look here first for talent, and we got to look hard to be able to keep people. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sink. This is more serious. Do you see the MLG&W as a division of the city of Memphis?
Good afternoon, Jennifer Sink, Chief Legal Officer, 125 North Main, room 336. Yes, Dr. Warren, I do.
And how does the Memphis City Council, how does their opinion, or how should their opinion affect you as you're doing your legal work concerning what we think as a council and how you respond to the MLG&W board based on opinions that come from here or requests that come from the council?
Well, I view my role as, a big part of my role is understanding and analyzing processes, the charter and the ordinances, giving advice and counsel. Sometimes things are very clear cut. Sometimes they're not as clear cut. Usually when I'm involved, for example, in the city, we're dealing with issues that are not directly or explicitly discussed in charter ordinances, and it requires some analysis and discussion and opinions. And so in MLGW and the relationship between MLGW, its Board of Commissioners, City Council is very unique. And so it really would depend upon, what the issue is, but everyone has a role in how decisions are made. And I, respect everyone's roles, and I would, give the advice and counsel to the best of my ability. You would take that advice and counsel and choose to do what you choose to do with it.
As far as the weight of a council decision or request, how would you present that, or what would you say to their board about how seriously they should take our opinions?
Well,
as opposed to completely ignoring them.
Well, I certainly would be advising them in the areas in which, when there are city council actions that require response, I will advise them accordingly on what everyone's role is. Obviously, we have to take city council's requests, if they're just requests, very, very seriously. Much like the administration here, we receive a number of requests, and our goal is to try to work with those requests and collaborate with those requests, have a mutual understanding of what maybe the issues are, why is the request feasible, not feasible. But I think it is important to have a view of collaboration, which I do. I think it's important to have a view that that City Council has a pretty defined role in relationship to MLGW.
And that defined role is only financial, only approving their budget?
Through their actions, as a body, and what their role, just like the Board of Commissioners has a role to play in the whole process as well.
Thank you. That was very legal. You must be a lawyer.
I never once said it depends, so I think I should get some credit for that.
Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you. Chief Sink, I see some prepared remarks. Would you like to take an opportunity and read those, or you just want to keep rolling?
I want that last. Ask your question, please.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
I thought maybe it was an intro to what was going on. Transition. If this body approves you today, what is the transition plan timing-wise for you?
Transition plan would be to start in August, ideally looking at an August 6th start date.
Which you feel and the city feels comfortable that it's enough time for your deputies here and for MLGW to be prepared to bring you on?
I think so. There's always going to be a little bit of, a few bumps in transition, but I'm not that far away.
Yeah.
I am going to be readily available, even with this position. There's a lot of connectivity with the city and city government. And in my role, I expect to continue to have relationships with the people that are in city government, and I'll do what I can to help keep that transition smooth.
I think it's important too to remind everybody too that Chief McGowan, at least through this administration, hopefully the next, is still participating in the senior leadership team, which can help as a conduit to smooth out the transition. I'll be supporting your appointment. I wish you all the best as we continue to try and bring MLGW closer into and as a division of the government within the charter and state law. And I hear where Dr. Warren is going, and Jeff, whether it's Chief Sink and she's taking a title downgrade. No, you always be chief. Once you've earned a title, you can always hold it. At least that's what Doug tells me. But she has a requirement to advocate for a climate, which is MLGW, and to ensure that they're minding their P's and Q's as much. But I think it's always mutual cooperation is in the best interest of the citizens. So thank you for your service to the City of Memphis entity, and look forward to working with you when you are south of us here. So best of luck. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Jones and then Ford.
Thank you, and congratulations on your nomination, Ms. Sink. Colleagues, I'm going to object to this, and it's not going to be for nothing but the numbers. I always say the numbers don't lie. The good thing about numbers, the numbers don't lie. The bad thing about numbers, the numbers don't lie. And, a lot of this goes back to my objection with the prior chief legal officer and the perceived conflicts of interest that still rest here. So going back and looking at the performance here since 2020, the amount that was spent with Baker Donaldson was 34% of the city's budget. In 2021, it was 21.5%, 32% in 2022, 30.5% in 2023. And so, we can have a difference of opinions. That's the thing about opinions. But the example that I go back to, whether a Microsoft Office is sold in Seattle or Memphis, Bill Gates is still an owner. And so every profit, every dollar that comes in, owners benefit. So I always say, I may not be a lawyer, but I can read. An owner, from this conflicted position that Ms. Sink has been in, and the mayor has said, okay, well, during her confirmation here in the city attorney, that he signs off on those. Well, does he do it for information services? Does he do that for police? Does he do that for fire? So I objected all of those. Now, looking at what I've always held that one way to help numbers when we talk about the spend with Black-owned, minority-owned businesses is through professional services. And so looking at that same data, in 2020, the spend with the MWBE spend was 21%. 2021, 31%. But in 2022, it was 18%. In 2023, it was 12%. So we'd see a decline in that. So that's that. Now, the other part of it is the most significant thing to take place since I have been a council member was Tyree Nichols. We have, as a council, we have not heard any update during budget. I asked about it, and there were comments that we can have an attorney-client about that. So I'm not going to support a golden parachute for what can be a major, significant cost for this city without having any updates. This is, I understand that there are attorney-client things that could have been discussed, but we received no updates. and I asked this, so for any current administrator from the city that is going to another position, this may be the only one where we have to vote on this. But we can judge by the work that's taking place here. And the most significant one is that one. And I haven't seen any direction of where we want to go with that. And for that reason, Ms. Sink, I've been the sole no vote. This won't be the first, won't be the last in my time here. But as significant as that case is, I can't give somebody a golden parachute. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair Jones. I have one other person in the queue, and that's Councilman Ford.
I support you, okay? President, you were here with us. You're the president of Light, Gas, and Water. I can call you. You come back across the street to help us, okay? You hadn't forgot about across the street over here, okay? Ms. Sink, I think you would be the same way. We lose a lot of people here because a lot of our people that's here don't understand a lot of things. They think they do, but they don't understand. We'd hate for you to go, but I know if you need it, cross back over the street. New administration is coming. And I hate to say, but if you see some of these good ones, and this new administration, come and get some of the rest of them, okay? Because we got to cherish our good ones. We got to get rid of our bad ones, but we need to cherish the good ones. And I don't think your work being with Light, Gas, and Water will affect you coming back to help us if needed, because actually you'll be coming here anyway. So you won't really be gone. But your choice is perfect, okay? And you have all of my support. I'm asking colleagues to make sure that we confirm you. Thank you.
Vice Chair, you have the floor.
It can be last. So Councilman Jones expressed something. It's a very good point. I'm assuming this body does approve your nomination. Before you leave the city's administration, will the council receive an update, particularly concerning Mr. Jones, Chairman Jones's request?
Yes, I think that's a great idea. I would be happy to have an attorney-client session with you about
Next council meeting?
This today.
Next council meeting.
Oh, yeah, next council meeting. And if there's any other particular issue that you want me to address, just let me know.
I'm sure Chairman Jones will get you a list of things as well. Thank you so much. President. You got a whole bunch of titles at this point. Chief President McGowan. Okay, so I just want you to talk a little bit about, because you're still in town from the city of Memphis, but I do want to make sure that the public know that this process was, done the right way. So could you talk a little bit about the nomination process and all the steps you all went through?
Sure. So thank you for that, Vice Chair. So we have done for every position since I have been there, we have had a number of vacancies that we've had to fill. As you know, one of the things that was important to me is there were 400 vacancies at Memphis Light, Gas, and Water when I arrived out of a workforce of 2,500. And so I challenged our chief of HR to cut that number in half this year and to cut it in half again next year, which means we have to hire nearly 350 people this year. So I'm pleased to say that, as of the last date I had was the end of May, we had already hired 160 people. So we are on our way. And every one of those has gone through a process of the position has been posted both internally and externally. We have taken applicants. Those applicants have interviewed. The interviewees have been successfully selected and brought forward for consideration. And so in this case, there is an extra consideration that requires city council's approval. And so we posted the position. We left it open for more than 30 days. As I said, we took in a number of applicants. I had a team of people in my HR division who screened the applicants and took a look at their qualifications to make sure that they met those qualifications. We, as I said, then further took a look, and we had about 20 people who I would categorize as very competitive. And then we had a committee meeting where we decided here's to winnow it down to the number of people that we would get to interview. Then we conducted in-person interviews with all of those individuals that we selected.
How many individuals?
Six individual interviews.
So basically top six.
Top five or six, I think. I'm counting right. And then our interview panel, which was the COO, Mr. Alonzo Weaver, our chief of HR, Jackie Jones, and Ms. Linda Ford, who is our HR business partner, and myself conducted those 6 interviews. We scored each individual interview sheet individually, and then came back to compare notes. And this is what I'm describing as a pretty standard and typical process for interviews and selections. And so we followed that exact process. We came to a conclusion, compared notes, had our top candidate, and agreed to move forward with the offer.
Oh, so that's pretty thorough. So it wasn't, at the end of the day, I'm assuming that's your process, and what you all decided was basically whatever the score sheet says is what we're going to go with in the score sheet.
Yes, sir. And now I do say that is, clearly there's a lot of things in the prerogative, just like there is in the mayor's prerogative. He can bring forth a nominee if he would like to. I could have just said, well, I'm just going to pick a person and bring them forward for nomination. But understanding how important this is, understanding that people deserve to know that we had a very thorough and competitive process, and that we brought the right candidate. And we had people who had broad levels of experience at every level. Some had utility, some did not. So it was a significant undertaking, and one in which I'm very pleased, and I hope that it builds confidence in all of you that we have the right choice for the right position at the right time at Memphis Light Gas and Water.
That's all for me.
Thank you. Now we have an opportunity for Jennifer Sink to address the council. The reason that I wanted them to ask the questions first, so you could get a feel for where the council members are, and in your presentation of yourself and what your plans are for MLGW, I heard a major concern about MWBE spend. So make sure you address that in your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I did not have a presentation. I did have some remarks prepared. And, I just want to start by saying, this is obviously to me an honor and a privilege to be in this position at all. I've been practicing law for almost 20 years, and I've been with the city since 2016, and I've been the chief legal officer since 2020. And serving in this role under Mayor Strickland and working with all of you has been the greatest honor, both professionally and personally for me. And I have a true passion for public service and a true passion for government and really a true passion for this city. And I'm excited about the opportunity to continue to serve the city of Memphis and Shelby County in this new role. MLGW has a lot of challenges in the city. We face a lot of challenges, and I've learned a lot about how do you work through those challenges, and absolutely collaboration, communication, trying to understand the other person's point of view is critically important to working through those challenges. There's a lot of opportunity, though, at MLGW for growth, for development, and for innovation, and I look forward to being part of that process. I cherish the relationships that have been built. I understand that there are frustrations on your side with regard to MLGW, and one of my goals is to bridge that gap. I know Dr. Warren asked the question about, is MLGW a division of city government? Because wanting to understand my perspective is that these two entities, although to a certain degree have some things that they do separately, are still a unit, and they should be working together. And that is the best way for us to see true progress. if you are have specific challenges or things that reform that you want to see, I mean, I'm open to hearing that and whatever I can do in that role to work on those. I want to say thank you to the Board of Commissioners. I appreciate their faith in me, President McGowan and the MLG organization. Thank you for your support. I look forward to working collaboratively with you all and the Board of Commissioners and the organization, because I think we have a lot of common goals, and working collaboratively is the way to get that done.
Thank you for your presentation, council members. This is our opportunity now to vote for the appointment of Jennifer Sink to Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, Vice President and Chief Legal Officer. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. One person, Jones. Please note that. Thank you. That motion carries. This meeting is now adjourned. I'd already mentioned that. Yes. Okay, thank you.
We still got plenty of time. Yeah, but I got to fix Jerry. Some of these should do executive. All right. But I'll be back before the 3:30 meeting.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the Memphis City Council Personnel and Governmental Affairs Committee. Mr. Backus, please call the roll. Meeting is called to order.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Councilman Jones? Here. Councilwoman Logan? Present. Councilman Corvette? Councilwoman Robinson? Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington?
Present.
Councilman Morgan? Councilman Ford? Councilman Smiley?
I'm here.
Councilwoman Johnson? Councilman Carlisle? Councilman Cannelli? Councilman Warren? Present. Chair Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have two items on the agenda. First item is appointment. Mr. John R. Butler, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Commission, non-voting countywide advisory member, requested by administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Motion by Warren. Second. Second by Swearingen Washington. McGowan, would you like to introduce this, and then Mr. Butler?
Yes, ma'am.
Name and address for the record and any words.
So thank you so much, Doug McGowan. So I'm very pleased to bring Mr. Butler forward to you as, actually I'm bringing him on behalf of the suburban mayors of Millington, Arlington, and Lakeland. As you know, I brought Mr. James Llewellyn a few weeks ago. He was selected by the mayors of Germantown, Collierville, and Bartlett to represent their interests. And so the mayors, when I took over in December, I said, we have two vacant advisory board members on the MLGW advisory. I would love more than anything to have representation. This comes with a requirement that they become adept and knowledgeable in utilities so that they can advise us on their particular needs. The mayor's expressed to me their complete confidence in Mr. Butler. I will tell you that I don't think he'd mind me saying he really had to look at his schedule because the Agri Center International does incredible work, not just for Memphis, Tennessee, and Shelby County, but for the world. They lead in some of the most technologically advanced agribusiness things that are happening in the world, and it's all happening right here. And John can tell you there's multiple countries who are doing agricultural experiments here. So he brings a wealth of experience and representation of the interests of people of Shelby County. He has proven to be an excellent businessman, a decision maker, and trusted advisor. And so they are pleased to bring his nomination forward. Mayor Strickland is pleased to offer it to you today. And I would ask for your full support of Mr. John Butler as a value-added member to represent an important demographic of the service area that we serve at Memphis Light Gas and Water.
Thank you, Ms. McGowan. Mr. Butler, your name and address and any words you'd like to share.
Yes, well, first, thank you. My name's John Butler. I'm 12558 Magnolia Bend Drive, Arlington, Tennessee. And it's an honor to have the opportunity to be in front of you today for this consideration. Thank you, ma'am.
Any colleagues?
So Doug telling the truth.
You said what?
Hoping Doug tells the truth.
Okay. All right. All right, colleagues, we're going to do this by voice acclamation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that this passes, and this will go down to council in 2 weeks.
I want to thank this body for the opportunity to serve. And thank you, President McGowan.
You bet. Thank you.
It'll be fun.
Absolutely would not be.
Item number 2, discussion of ordinance to amend Chapter 25 Pension and Retirement System of the City of Memphis, up for third and final reading, requested by Councilwoman Robinson. Motion and a second.
Move it. Second.
Motion by Canale, second by Warren. Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you. We've already read this into our minutes tonight. I made one change. It was between 5 years and 7.5. I'm recommending that we use the 5 years. And if you look at the 1, 2, 3rd, whereas at the bottom, it says, so you'll know who's doing what in the city of Memphis. Whereas in looking at other major employers in the area, for example, FedEx employees, they are 100% vested in their accrued retirement benefits after 3 years of credited service. St. Jude Children's Research Hospital employees are 100% vested immediately in their personal retirement contributions and 100% vested in employer retirement contributions after 3 years. Memphis Shelby County Schools employees are 100% vested in their retirement plan after 5 years of credited service. Shelby County government employees are 100% vested in their retirement plan after 7.5 years of service. And whereas in order to attract and retain the best talent to the city of Memphis, it is important that all aspects of the city's benefits package are competitive with other local and regional employers. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Memphis City Council that the following requested amendments be included in the appropriate section of the city's pension and retirement system as follows, where permissible by applicable laws and regulations. Proposed amendments: 1, set the required amount of service for all City of Memphis employees to be 100% vested in their retirement plans to 5 years. Secondly, a tier system be reached and developed by the applicable divisions of the City of Memphis administration that regulates the annual percentage pay increase for the City of Memphis retirees based on their number of years of retirement the retiree has. As a potential option for the tier system, the recommendation would be for the annual pay increase to be based on a percentage of the CPI and income levels. Number 1 is definite. Number 2, it's my understanding that's still in progress. Any questions, council members? I so move. It has already been moved and seconded.
Councilman Warren.
What do you mean it's still in progress?
I have asked for the actuary numbers. I have not gotten them, so I can't say specifically what these number 2 is, but we want it in motion. Number 1, it has very little difference in the amount from 7.5 to the 5 years, so we chose the 5.
Second question then is this going to have 3 readings? Because it says resolution. Says it's going to be an ordinance with 3 readings, so we'll know later, or are we voting on this without the data?
So the staff should be here to provide the data. I've asked for it for 2 months now. Yes. So the staff should have the information.
Okay, so third reading as an ordinance then?
Yes. So staff?
How do we proceed if we don't have any staff information?
So I may have to make some changes.
Okay.
I might have to remove number 2, but keep number 1. Okay.
And what does that do, Councilwoman Robinson?
I beg your pardon?
If you remove number 2 and keep number 1, what does it do?
It changes us from 10 years vesting to 5 years.
The other one may
Okay.
Go ahead.
just follow. The other one may be very difficult to do mathematically.
That's
And
why
it
we
may
asked
be
the
it may
staff.
be what's going on is that they're still calculating that. Do y'all have that information for number 2
So,
here?
so
to
this
discuss?
presentation, does it include Councilwoman Robinson's amendments?
Let me address that. Frank Carney.
Address for the record.
I'm sorry,
Address for the record.
2665 Fox Creek. I draft amendments for the pension plan and work on the pension plan. We have not, the ordinances today that are before the council for third reading do not include a drafted amendment for the 5 years. We can do that and bring it back to the council to vote on. But we do incorporate it into the whole plan as a whole. So an actual ordinance has not been drafted for this, but we can certainly do that. The other ordinances that are before the council today have been drafted. There is one change from the second reading that we should present to you today, just so you're aware of it, and we can present to council too. And then we do not have, we have estimated cost on the 5 years, and I'm happy to address that. We do not have estimated costs on the tier systems before, because there's not yet been a tier system designed, and once it's designed, it can then be costed and brought back before you. But we're well aware that that's a task that needs to be undertaken.
Councilwoman Robinson.
I have 2 questions. One, you knew that this is what I wanted. If you needed me to create the plan, nobody asked me to create, because I can create a plan right now. I don't understand why there has not been any movement. And why do I have to have another resolution to say that we want 5 years?
Well, the pension plan is not adopted by resolution, it's adopted by ordinance.
Okay.
And the pension plan, of course, as you know, is a complicated ordinance document. And it's really in 4 sections. The first section is a definition section that applies to all the other, what we call plans, the 1948, 1978, and 2016 plan. So generally, I will draft when a motion has been passed saying you want to change, and then I'll go back and incorporate it into the document and bring the ordinance to you as opposed to a resolution. So that's why you don't have a current ordinance before you. The ordinances we brought before you at the last personnel that have gone through 2 readings, those went through that process, and I was given the directions as what they should be drafted to be said and provide, and then we proceeded on that basis.
Councilman Warren.
So if we proceed with this tonight, okay, and we make an amendment to your ordinance that we want the required amount of service for all City of Memphis employees to be 100% vested in the retirement plan at 5 years, is that the appropriate way to proceed? If that's what we want to occur, we make that an amendment to your ordinance. Is that correct?
Well, that's fine. I would then draft
then
draft the actual language for the ordinance.
Okay,
you
so
know, based on that even based on the instructions today, I would draft the actual amendment language to the ordinance. But this provision
is there an ordinance that we got a third reading on tonight?
There are a number of ordinances you have a third reading.
Okay.
This is not one of them, and this one was not in the first or the second reading either.
The staff told me something different. Staff, I need you to come forward. And
The staff said this is up.
Who's staff? Councilwoman Robinson.
This is our staff said that this is up for third and final reading. This resolution.
No, there are a number of ordinances that are up for third and final reading. This is not one of those ordinances.
Okay, so is there a pension ordinance that is on the agenda for 3:30 meeting today?
There is, but not this one.
What reading is that ordinance, and what is the summation of what that ordinance is asking for that's on the reading today?
The ordinance that has been up for 2 readings and is on the reading for today adds back police officers and fire officers with the option to return to the 1978 plan, as was announced some time ago by the mayor.
This presentation that we went through before.
Correct.
Correct.
That's correct.
Madam Chair.
This came up at the last personnel committee, which was not part of that ordinance.
It wasn't the last personnel committee. It was in May. But we didn't have personnel committee last council meeting. So hold on, you're not in the seat yet. We're trying to. It's three.
Yeah,
three of us over here. Hold on, Carlisle. Councilwoman Robinson, you were saying something, in Councilman Warren.
I was just going to move to put it on.
And let the record show that Councilman Carlisle has joined us.
I just want to add that to the current ordinance since we have allowed this to go on and nobody has addressed it. Okay.
Councilman Warren.
I think Councilman Carlisle's comment about the caption will tell us whether we can actually add that. What is the caption specifically? And can you tell us the caption of today's ordinance that's on third reading?
Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you. So is the question is this. You have an ordinance before you that says an ordinance to amend chapter 25, which may be the kicker. That's specific to that chapter and doesn't fall within. So and this may be where we go down. Is this yours? Is this the chapter 25 yours? Or is that what is on the agenda? What is the caption of the agenda tonight? It is chapter 25. So they are both.
We can amend it.
So yes. If they are both within the caption of the ordinance, the language can be substituted on the floor tonight for third reading.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we add proposed set requirements for service of all Memphis employees be 100% vested in their retirement plans to 5 years as a amendment to tonight's ordinance up for third reading.
And Councilwoman Robinson, that's what you're...
Yes.
Okay, so Warren has moved. You want a second?
Second.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor to amend tonight's ordinance to add an ordinance to amend Chapter 25, Pension and Retirement System of the City of Memphis, Tennessee. Motion by Warren, second by Robinson. With same night minutes.
Yes, and I will do that on the floor tonight, and we can send it as a recommendation. We have to do it on the floor when we get down there too.
Okay. Then I have one last question. When will we get the information for number 2, the proposed tier system, or do I need to assist?
We would love to go ahead and get this answered while we're in this committee.
I'm not a last-minute person. I've been working on this a long time. I am really disappointed we didn't have any answers today.
Council, I will try to address this. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, City of Memphis, 125 North Main, Suite 368. We have, I think, Councilwoman Robinson, as per your request, over the last year or so, looked at the possibility of entering some kind of event that would trigger a review of the current retirees' cost of living and a comparison based on the performance of the city and the ability of the pension plan to fund an increase. But I think trying to establish, a pay crease based on the percentage of the consumer price index would be a very difficult and costly thing for us to do. I'll be glad to take it back to our actuaries to see what that would look like based on what our CPI is now, and look at comparisons based on where our retirees are now to see what that would look like in terms of addition to our liability and to our semi-monthly payouts. Thank you, ma'am.
And I'd like to share, it doesn't have to be 100%. It can be a percentage of, but we owe the former employees of the city of Memphis some consumer price index, some increase because they do not receive Social Security. Social Security gives other retired people who in their system some update, some money each year. It might not be but pennies, but they get something. And then we're saying that we're trying to remove poverty out of our city, and we're allowing people who have worked for us to live in poverty riddled conditions because we won't make any changes. Please keep that in mind. Thank you.
So, Councilwoman Robinson, did you want to keep Section 2 in here when we bring it up at 3:30 on the floor for amendment, or we still waiting for some sort of number to be given so we can bring it back?
I need to pull that because we need a number. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Section 2 is stricken, and Warren, you said you're gonna bring it up on the floor later.
I'll move it.
Okay, so we don't have any action to take on that, other than that discussion. Any other questions? Any other business?
What number in our agenda this afternoon?
21.
21.
Mhm. 5873 is what the ordinance number is, correct? Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
It's ordinance 58. Sorry. According to the copy of the agenda I have, it is item number 20 under the general ordinances and final reading, and it does reference ordinance number 5873.
Okay. Item 20, Warren. All right, any other business in this committee? All right, this committee is adjourned.
It is 3:03. I call the executive session to order. Miss Brianna, I almost called you Miss Keaton because I'm not used to you sitting to my left, but you know what to do.
Councilman Morgan, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilwoman Johnson, Chair Councilman Smiley.
Absolutely. We have two items on the agenda today, but item number 2, Chairman Jones requested that we hold this item to the next council meeting. And then we have item number 1. We're going to move this to the end of the executive session to see if Attorney Wade will make it in time. And we have
Item number 2.
Item number 2 in the executive session is a referendum ordinance is sponsored by Chairman Jones regarding MLGW. So that's going to be held to the next council meeting. And we're going to deal with the item with a new, and Attorney Wade has joined us, but we're going to go ahead and take up a resolution to amend the proposed City of Memphis FY24 Capital Improvement Program, CIP project. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Councilwoman Robinson to introduce her item. Mike, please.
Thank you. The item for today is a resolution to amend the City of Memphis budget regarding allocations of OPEB fund, whereas on April 25th, 2003, Mayor Jim Strickland proposed the City of Memphis fiscal year 24 budget to the Memphis City Council. That's the wrong one? Right. It's that one. Oh, okay.
We was like, hold up, abort the mission.
Okay.
There we go, the right one. The right
Okay,
one. The right one.
I got the right one now. Okay. And it says, whereas a part of the budget hearing process, the Memphis City Council heard from the various City of Memphis divisions regarding the proposed CIP and operating budgets, and whereas it is within the purview of the Memphis City Council to propose amendments to the city budget and approve a city budget each fiscal year. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Memphis City Council that the following amendments to the proposed City of Memphis fiscal year 24 CIP budget is hereby proposed as follows. The Tullahoma Road improvement between Tula Tech and Tennessee/Mississippi state line. A funding amount, $1 million. From funding source, engineering CIP, unspent funds from construction projects, and a transfer to fund fiscal year 24 engineering CIP budget. So moved. Councilwoman Robinson. I need a second. Thank you.
Second, and is there a request for same 9 minutes?
Yes.
And I'm assuming your other request is you want this to be added to the budget ordinance.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
and to the sponsor, if we could have Director Bolin's here.
Director, step up. I'm sorry, I did not see you to my left. Councilman Carlisle, I guess we're going to take a moment for Director to step up and speak particularly to the resolution regarding the Tullahoma Road improvements. If I had some of the theme music, I would play it while we're waiting. Could you make sure the mic was on?
Thank you, Council. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, City of Memphis, 125 North Main. I would like to propose, since we are transferring funds from existing projects, if we could make this a FY23 CIP amendment as opposed to amending our budget ordinance for FY24. Because these are already existing projects, we're just transferring the money to a new project.
So Councilwoman, so if what I'm hearing is a resolution to amend proposed FY23 CIP, and then will you have the, what language would give you the breadth to close it? What do you need to have in the resolution? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, it would be a transfer from existing project.
So everything else in the document works?
Yes, yes. So we can, the funding source would be from PW 01122.
Okay.
PW
01122. 522.
So the three amendments to the physical document are going to be the caption to FY23, the resolving language to FY23, and then in the transfer to fund FY23, and then it'll be a carry forward. Yeah. Okay.
Very good. If you go ahead and allocate and appropriate, we don't have to carry forward.
Perfect.
So if you make that as part of the language,
same 9 minutes.
If you make that part of the same language, we're going to allocate and appropriate, and then you don't have to worry.
Absolutely.
About
Thank you. Robinson, Councilwoman Robinson. All right. It's properly moved by Councilwoman Robinson, second by Councilman Warren. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. All right. So that is, I guess it's newly added item. No, it's amended, so it's already moved. Let's go back to item number 1, which is an update on the City of Memphis Charter Project requested by Councilwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Robinson, I know I just saw that Attorney Wade walk.
We can do it next week.
Okay, well, Councilwoman Robinson suggested that we hold this until the next council meeting. All right. Where
we are on it. Charter project.
Got it. All right, we have 3 add-on items for this afternoon. Item 32, resolution to amend the American Rescue Plan allocation sponsored by council members Carlisle, Canale, Covette, Ford, Johnson, Logan, Morgan, Robinson, Smiley, and Warren. There's a request for same 9 minutes. Item number 33, resolution to amend FY23 operating budget sponsored by council members Johnson, Carlisle, and Robinson. Request for same 9 minutes. Item number 34, appointment of Jennifer Sink, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, Vice President and Chief Legal Counsel, requested by MLG Board of Commissioners. There's a request for same 9 minutes. All right, our same 9 minute items will be items 9, 10, 11, 32, 34, and 35.
What's 35?
35 is the resolution proposed by Councilwoman Robinson that we just discussed. All right, once again, our same night add-on items are 32, 33, and 34, and our same 9 minute items are 9, 10, 11, 32, 33, 34, and 35. Seeing no.
And 35 is an add-on.
This is a 9 minute item.
And an add-on, right?
Absolutely. Both of them. Or, as we say in Memphis, both of them. All right. Seeing no further business before this. I mean, do we really want to go ahead and move item number 1 to the next council meeting since we have Attorney Wade? Do you want to keep that time?
Well, if we have time, we can go ahead.
All right, we have time, and since Attorney Wade decided to grace us with his presence, we'll go back to item number 1, and which is an update on the City of Memphis Charter Project requested by Councilwoman Robinson. Attorney Wade, I'm assuming we want to go straight to you since we're so eager to hear this.
I apologize for not being here, but y'all have tasked me with 50 million different things. No. Some of them involving Patrice Robinson. But in any event.
We're going to get you some help.
In any event, the charter project is one where the last time we did a code of ordinances was in 1985. And since that time, we adopted, well, I don't think we've ever adopted anything, but the city attorney employed MuniCode and I think LexisNexis before them to produce what was called a code, but it's not a code because it was never adopted by you. So it's basically just an unofficial compilation, and MuniCode took the last version of it and has digitized it and is on the website. So, and it reflects that it is not the official code, but it is informative to the public, and it continues to be updated until we can adopt a permanent code. Doing the permanent code is a real intensive exercise. It requires me or someone that has some knowledge of our ordinances and our charter to look at what MuniCode has produced and and when they did so, they rearranged everything. But go and look at what they produced and identify where we believe there may have been omissions that are material, identify where provisions are no longer consistent with state law, no longer consistent with subsequent charter amendments. So these things have to be, in essence, reviewed extensively and rewritten in many cases. So far, what we have done is tried to do it on a chapter-by-chapter basis, and so far we've adopted an official code for the pension ordinance, which is the city pension ordinance, also the library pension ordinance. That was very intensive. We've done the code on animals and on horse-drawn carriages. We've done the code on alcohol beverages. And the next one we will probably do is the one that pertains to all of the various divisions of the city government. But this is very time-consuming, and essentially, at some point when we progress far enough, we have had conversations with MuniCode where they will help us develop the permanent code. So that's kind of where we are, and that's why we need that budget appropriation to continue to do what we're doing.
So my question is to the chair, have we appropriated? Have we appropriated funds to continue this?
No, not sure.
Yes, we have. Laza and I have worked together, and we've made sure that the monies are a continuing appropriation,
Okay.
and we carry over from year to year until we use it all.
Okay.
And then, you know, as it unfolds, once we have contract negotiations with MuniCode about the new code, then we can always come back and amend our budget to provide for that contract.
Okay, thank you.
So we have to be somewhat flexible, and that's kind of the way we've been operating. I hope that explains what you wanted.
Yes. I just want to make sure that we get it done, we have the money to do it, and then we try to do it in a timely manner.
Right, and in the interim, the public still has the information they need
Okay.
about our progress.
Thank you.
No further questions?
No further questions.
All right, thank you. One more time, our same night minutes items will be items 9, 10, 11, 32, 34, 35. And add on items 32, 33, 34, and 35. Seeing no further business before this committee, we are adjourned. See you all at 3. There is someone else who rudely interrupted me adjourning this committee. Chief Ford, go ahead.
Thank you, council members. We would respectfully ask a hold on item 20 for this evening, a hold till the first meeting in July, so that we may give the attorney time to accommodate the language that was approved as an amendment for the vesting period to the pension. We just want to make sure, we know you have to see the entire thing, and we just don't think we can get the language drafted quickly enough for this afternoon.
Go ahead, Mike.
Mr. Chair, maybe I've got an old one, but number 20 in mine is the redistricting. 21 is the pension retirement
you
system.
have an old
You have an
one.
old one, but
Okay.
she's referencing the pension ordinance. Any questions for this council? With Chief Ford? All right. Item number 20 will be held. Now.
Okay.
Well, I mean, she's the chief financial officer.